Alright guys, how's it going? Let's go ahead and turn that music down just a little bit. Go ahead and pull this down to about here. Let me know how that sound does. It looks alright from my side, but let's go ahead and get started. So things, little impromptu string. Gonna do some hex mapping, but it is hold on, one moment please. It's been a busy week, so I'm a little behind as far as setup's going. That's all right. We'll get it sorted. How is your guys' week going? For me, it's already the weekend, and I am happy about that. But how's it going for you? You guys having a good time? Is it going all right? I hope so. Let's see. So today we're going to do some more region hex mapping. So that's what we're going to focus on today. So we're going to do a little bit of that. So, since that is the case, I need to pull all that stuff up. My desk is a mess. There's way too much stuff on it. I gotta put some of this stuff away. Like I said, been a bear of a week. Not necessarily in a super bad way, just busy, things kind of all over the place. So just a little tidying up that I need to do and get that stuff done. That needs to go over there. I don't need that for right now. So we are going to work on that D&D Hex mapping and keep doing that stocking of the hex maps, that region that we've been doing. So let me go ahead and pull that up. HexDML. Get that set up. Open that back up. Let me see. There we go. Oops. That is the super zoomed out portion of it. And what else I'm going to need to do is, let me pull this down in here. And in fact, I need to go ahead and add this to the queue as well. There we go. That should give us plenty. I'm not quite sure how long I'm going to be streaming. We'll see how far we get. So that's pretty much what it's going to depend on. Oh. Going. It zoomed all the way out. That's right. I forgot that we zoomed all the way out at the end of the last session to kind of show you guys the overall view of the maps. Now I got to zoom all the way back in, zero us in on the specific spots where we're looking at. Let's do that. So I think we are through there, right? Okay, so we are up to, I think, here. Zoom in a little bit more. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Okay. I think this is where we are. So, still, of course, have that if you guys have been watching, you know that I got sick with some bronchitis. Still got a little bit of a cough still going on. But it hasn't been too bad, so I'm hoping that I can get through the stream without just evolving in a complete coughing fit. But it has been better this week, so hopefully it stays steady. But we'll see. The more you, something like this, the more you talk, the more it tends to bother you. Inflames it more, so we'll see. I think this is, right, we did all this, we did this, we got these guys done. Let me see the hex information for these guys. Right, so we did that. So we're gonna zip back over here. Yeah, so okay. So we're on this level. We've got this row, and you know it's a long row, but there are quite a few wild hexes in here, which don't take as quite as long to sort of fill out because they don't have as many points of interest in them. But I do want to reset up some other things while we do that. So let me. I'll sort it a little bit. Need that. We're gonna start off here, and well, sorry, I know you guys aren't looking at anything. I'm just trying to get things set up for us. So we need this. We're gonna need our dice roller, so that way you guys can see what I'm working with. Okay, we got that, And you know what? Last time we did not have, I did not pull up the sheet that I was working off, and I actually want to make some changes to that, which I think is what we're going to do first before we get into the mapping, because as I'm going through the POIs, the points of interest, I felt like I wanted to change up the list, and the list isn't really going to change, at least not at this point. I'm still doing some research on that, which is one of the reasons why I've got so much crap all over my desk, because I've been working on that. But one of the things I did want to do is I wanted to include a point on the points of interest 1d20 chart that has a spot for roll twice and combine, because I was doing some research on that and kind of fiddling around with it and testing it out, and I really liked some of the results of it, just to add a little bit more variance to that 1d20 chart, because I feel like when we're working with a map of this size where we're doing hundreds, if not well, I guess we're probably doing thousands of hexes, so you're going to see those 1d20 recombine a lot. But if it's 20 by 20, then you've got, you know, closer to 400 entries rather than 20 entries, which is going to help a lot, I think, to kind of diversify out some things. So I'm going to build that out as well. So we need that. So I'm going to open up a little notepad. I'll just open up a little notepad, and then we'll just type it in, and we'll have it up for you guys to look at as we're going through. And then I still have the paper one that's got kind of the subtables in it. I'm not going to put all that together right now, so we'll focus on that. Hold on. Oh, right. I can't do that. There. All right. Here we go. Let me situate all these things, and I'll shoot over so you guys can see what we're looking at. So let's do it's gonna be sort of our nerve center. So let's do this one here, and we will do this one right here. Okay, I think that should give us everything we need. Okay, I think I'm good. I think we've got everything. Hopefully we've got everything we need. Let me double check. I think so. I think we've got everything we need. Alright, let's go ahead and slip that back out. Hold on. One last little bit here. Sorry, just one last little bit, and then should be good to go. Okay, I think we should be good to go now. Let's just pull this over here. Really, Hold on. There we go. That's a little bit better. And of course, if the audio doesn't sound right or doesn't sound a little too quiet, because I did get a comment about that on one of my recent videos, I think I've already adjusted for that, so I don't think that should be a problem. But just in case, just let me know. We'll make some adjustments. But everything looks pretty okay on my thing, as far as I can tell. Just going to flip these out. There we go. All right, let me flip over here so you guys can look at what I'm looking at, and we'll go ahead and get started. There we go. All right, so over here on the right, we've got our nice little roller, and then in the middle we've got our wonderful map we're filling out. Then over the left here we have our that's gonna be our 1d20 table. So let's go ahead and fill that out. So 1d20, and I'm gonna fill it out with. Basically, the only change that I want to make right now is that I'm going to actually combine two pieces, and that's going to be it. I'm basically going to combine our information signage and our omens and warnings kind of into one, because those are all kind of informative signage kind of things for people to come across while they're traveling. And so I originally had them together, and then I separated them because I needed because I was trying to hit that 1d20. I was in that weird spot between sort of like a d12 and and a D20 for a roll table where I was trying to sort of massage things to make it fit correctly. So let's go ahead and do that. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Oh, there we go. And just for my own OCD brain's sake, go ahead and add these zeros in, just so everything looks a little more tidy as far as formatting. There we go. So I want to keep basically the same structure that we had. So the first one is, we know that this is going to be a settlement. Some sort of village, town, cities, that sort of thing. This is going to be a holding, which usually means, or fortification. Usually means like a castle, a keep, a peel tower, something of that nature. Usually it's some sort of manor house where there's going to be some sort of nobility or somebody's going to live there. And of course, if you guys like this sort of hex mapping thing, I think I might do a larger video that's more of a deep dive into sort of my hex mapping procedure and how that all works. Because as I was doing additional sort of research to sort of toy with the stables that we're working with, I realized that, and I kind of knew this, but it kind of reaffirmed it to me as I was going through. It's like, oh, I get this feeling that like my hex mapping is actually quite different from how most content creators or subject matter experts or whatever you want to talk about, like D&D talking heads, kind of go about hex mapping. So I think it might be worthwhile. I think some people might get some insight out of that, because I feel like as I was doing, especially as I was going back to sort of research or re-look over things, looking for things that I may have missed in sort of my original construction, that I realized that there's just kind of two camps that people kind of diverge into. They either go this one direction or this other direction, and I feel like the way that I do things is neither one of those directions. So it may be a third option for people that are maybe not happy with either of those sort of binary options. Well, after our holding or fortification, we have a religious site. It's always number 3. Number 4 is, oh right, a travel haven. And I do need to add these. So settlement, holding or fortification, plus settlement. Because almost all the times these things are going to have some sort of settlement attached to them, because they're very important places. And usually very safe places. A crossing of some sort. Usually a bridge or a ford or a mountain pass, something like that. A guide station. And monster lair. Remember, so actually I'm going to change this because we're doing it right now. I'm going to change monster to creature. And then for here I'm going to put question mark. So I realized that every time that I see monster, and I see that, and I wonder about, okay, so monster, I think, kind of clicks, at least in my brain, and I think it does this probably for other people too. When I see monster, it clicks into my brain that that's a combat encounter, or that's some sort of combative thing. But if I change it to just creature, that allows me to be more amorphous about what that actual content's going to be. So, and it means that it's not necessarily monstrous. So, which is good, because if you guys have been paying attention and you did the last streams, you would know that why I just put that dotted line in there is because 1 through 12 tend to be more civilized options, and you might go more monster layer in as a more civilized option, but that's why I changed it to creature, because creature could also just be humanoids. It'd be bandits, it could be some sort of mercenary faction, it could be a crazy wizard, it could be anything, right? So having those sorts of things, having a setup where it's not going to push my brain towards combat immediately. So if they want to do some more roleplay, I want to foster more roleplay opportunities, more maybe some exploration stuff, something that's not going to push us towards, oh, it must be a dungeon, we must have to delve in there and kill all the monsters and take all the loot. So I want to make it just a little bit different. Set it up just a little bit different, just so I don't feel like it's automatically pigeonholing me into that. And let's see, what do we have next on our list? Meeting place, and then isolated homestead. Meeting place, isolated homestead. So isolated homestead is pretty self-explanatory. It's somebody kind of living off by themselves. Some sort of creature. Usually a humanoid, could be. Sometimes it's like a former adventurer that often comes up. So it's somebody you can talk to, a retired adventurer to talk to that you might be able to get some information out of, things of that nature. And a meeting place is literally that. It's usually sort of an important outdoor spot for local people to gather for decision making. I talked about this a little bit in the last stream, but a lot of, especially if we're kind of going with that medieval anachronistic kind of time period, there aren't a lot of tons of very large buildings that can really occupy a lot of people in the room because of the construction methods, the limitations there. So you see a lot of things that require things that are like town hall meetings or clan meetings or, you know, courts, things like that. You'll see a lot of them held outside. And so there are a lot of very specific meeting places that are very sort of culturally important. And so I wanted to represent that. And that's also a place, it could be like a fairgrounds where they hold sort of like fairs and ceremonies and festivals and things of that nature. And after isolated homestead, we have, okay, we get to our signage. Okay, so this is going to be info, omen, or warning sign. And so I think in the future, what I'm basically going to do is I'm going to combine the subtables for both of those, because it used to be information signage and then omens and warnings, and I'm going to combine those, so I'll combine those subtables together to kind of use them. And let's keep going. So it's going to pull us into, oh, that is what's going to make the change, huh? Okay. So 11 would be natural resource, but now that's 10. Resource, so that could be a quarry, it could be a forest, it could be someplace where the people are going to get natural resources, a location. It could be something large like a existing plantation, a work camp, something like that, or it might be a pristine, untouched natural resource. Like maybe you come across a natural lode of let's say a copper vein that nobody's worked yet. Same sort of thing. So we don't know the level of working of it, we just know that there's a natural resource here that exists that we can kind of come across. It's basically anything but specifically cultivated food. And then we have we can do construction here. That'll work. We do 1T10 or type. Do we want to do that? I'm trying to think, because this is where it's going to get noodly. Is with the constructions and ruins. What am I going to put there? So, do we need a 10, I think. So, what's 1 to 10 for type? So, what's being constructed? And technically, the natural resource would work there. And then for 12, we could do ruin, but ruin really works better here as number 13. And then we do 1d12 for type. But we're gonna need that extra one up there. I mean, I guess that's where we could technically put roll twice and combine there. That would be interesting because that could give us the ability to roll 2d12s and do it as well, which would be fun. I think that may work, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that here. That may make for some kind of weird ones, like if I roll a 13 and then I have to roll a d12, and then on that d12 I roll a 12, and so now I have to roll 2 d12s and combine those. So it might be sort of like a settlement plus a crossing plus a ruin. So it's a ruined crossing village combo kind of thing. Very interesting. That could be... I think that will work. It's just gonna add for every once in a while you're gonna have a weird roll. It's gonna be this is gonna take a few extra rolls, a little maybe extra brain power to sort of combine those. But I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. So let's keep going. So we did ruins, we did construction, down to conflict area, and let's X versus Y. Though I don't think, we haven't been filling that out, I don't think, at this point. I accidentally hit. I certainly did. I accidentally hit insert. So basically conflict area just means that like there's some sort of ongoing conflict, some sort of battle that's going on between two forces. Either they're about to fight, they're in the middle of fighting, or they just finished fighting, or maybe they finished fighting a while ago. It could be the ruins of an old battleground, like the Somme kind of thing. And after ruins, we have conflict area and no trespassing area. And this could be some sort of monsters, this could be hill folk, anyway, some sort of area that, it could be a Kingswood, some sort of place you're not really supposed to be. If you get caught there, it's probably not good. So kind of, if you're exploring, right, you're doing a very standard hex crawl and you come across something like this and you come across a no trespassing area, and the group's gonna have to make a decision. Do we want to go through this area once we realize what it is and try to take our chances, or do we want to waste time having to go around here so we don't necessarily maybe run into anybody and have to get into a fight or some other sort of troublesome encounter? And up next is Treasure Rumor. So we have Treasure Rumor and then Wandering Monster. And I am just going to leave Wandering Monster as it is. And actually it's Wandering Monsters, maybe. Just because most of the time, so once we drop out of that 1d12, right, that 1d12 is for more sort of civilized areas. And so we roll the 1d20 for more sort of wild area, so that's more likely to be a non-humanoid style monster most of the time. So it makes sense. It's more often than not going to be a band of, you know, a noble retinue kind of thing. Landmark, Landform, or Wonder. These are really great for hex crawling because they give you landmarks. So if you get landmark, traditionally when you do travel, you don't necessarily get a map of the area. Mapping was not very good, right? We didn't really have the tools to make very accurate maps. So instead, you get what they would call an itinerary for a journey, which is basically it's basically like Waze or Google Map directions, right? They give you directions. They have written out directions to go rather than showing you a physical sort of map of the route. So It's very useful to have things like landmarks, landforms, wonders, things that people can pick out. If you ever played, and we talked about this last time, if you've ever played the Oregon Trail old video game, you'll notice that they have things like Independence Rock, things like that. The different forts, right? These are all landmarks, so you know kind of where you are on the journey and that you're on the right path if you come across them. And 19 is remains. Remains are pretty straightforward. They're either going to be some sort of vehicle or items, or it could be people or some sort of creatures. It might be beasts of burden. Something you're going to come across some dead bodies or some wrecked vehicles or something. Something to investigate, basically. It might be new, might be old, might have a story to tell, might allows you to spin something off into an adventure, right? I mean, this remains result is basically how, if you look at something like The Lost Mine of Fandelver, like the very beginning, this is basically how you end up in the in Cragmaw hideout, right? Because there's a ruin of another wagon, or there's dead horses right in the road. Man, it's been a long time since I've looked at it. I think there's dead horses in the road, right? And that's what you stop to investigate, and that's when the goblins ambush. I think I'm remembering that correctly. It's been a while since I looked at it, but similar, right? And that spins off, then you follow the goblin tracks or whatever to the cave hideout. Right, it's basically built-in adventure scene. And number 20 is, of course, a hazard. So some sort of hazardous terrain. Could be a very natural place, could be like an area of quicksand, it might be something weird like the marsh in the beginning of the Fellowship of the Ring, right, that they cross. Could be, right, have very supernatural thing. Could be some sort of artificial hazard. So it could be like a tiger pit or something that somebody's dug that you end up falling into, right? Anything like that. Alright, so that's our 1d20 list. I'm pretty happy with that, I think. We'll see, right? This is going to be the weird spot here. This spot right here. Like, those three are going to tell us whether this is going to work well or not. But we're not going to know that until we get into it, I don't think. So, without further ado, I guess we should probably get into it, huh? So let's go ahead and, well, actually, first, before I do that, I do need to do one little thing. Let me kind of throw us out of here for a second, because I need to change one little thing. Pop, pop, pop. Let me do that. Let's go here. Pop. Do something real quick for the stream, and then we'll be good. We will be good to go. I'll have to talk amongst yourselves. Hopefully you guys are doing alright today. I do feel that tickle in my throat, so we're gonna have to see quite how well this goes. So we'll have to deal with that. But I think we're gonna be alright, at least for a little bit. I've got some cough drops that'll help sort of relax that. Once I finish this coffee, we'll get there. So we will do that. Then I'm just gonna put it over here, and we'll drop that down. And I think we should be good to go. Let's jump back in. Oh. Oh. Wrong scene. I'm a professional. All right, let's go. So we are starting in this hex. So of course we've done all these hexes to the south already. And again, these are going to be wild hexes, so they should go pretty fast, at least right now. So we're going to roll that 1d10. We've got to roll a 1. All right, right off the bat. Good to know. And we roll a 1d20 for that. Okay. So there is some sort of settlement out here. Interesting. Not really what I had pegged, but let's go ahead and do that. Actually, you know what? I've never tried this. I assume this works, right? Does that work? It does. Sort of. Okay. Let me trash that. There. it doesn't work super great. These icons work a lot better, so we'll keep going with those. So this is, we got ourselves a little settlement out here. We just rolled it right off the bat. So let's go ahead and go with that. Go down here, so we're gonna have, this should be a village. Which means it's gonna have at least 400 people in it. That won't work. That won't work. That will work. Alright, we'll go ahead and make that. So a village with a population of about 440. And we'll keep on going. Remember, we gotta roll a 1, and because it's a water hex, that's less likely than a land hex. Alright. It's gonna put us... Oh, actually I screwed that up, didn't I? That's okay. We're still good. I forgot that this is actually not a wilderness hex. This is actually, because I forgot port resilience right here. This is actually, we need to roll a 1 through 3. So it's not going to adjust things too much, but it does mean that something's going to be here. We're going to have that holding here. Or we're going to figure out what that is. So, hold on. Rolled an 8. Alright, so there's an isolated homestead there. So we got this little guy right here. Oh, isolated homestead. And who's here? I think I have... Oh, I don't have that document pulled up, right? Oh, no, I do. Good. This is the right document. Thank goodness. Isolated homestead. A D6, please. Who is this? Oh, okay. So this is gonna be a former adventurer who's just chilling out here, probably on an island. Former adventurer. Very cool. That's who's hanging out there, and then we have another break, and then we have 1. So what's this gonna be? What's this next one gonna be? Ooh, a 19, so this is gonna be remains. Get our stamp, get our little tatty pirate flag. Put that in there. Select this hex. Put remains down here. And remains. It's conflict area. Just remains 1d6. Fill that out. 4. Oh, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's gonna be a vehicle. So vehicle, it's come to elements, which is sort of like determining what exactly happened to it, why it is. So let's be honest, it's a shipwreck. It's gonna be a shipwreck, unless something weird, unless it's ends up being something really weird. Remains of a vehicle off the coast, probably gonna be a shipwreck. Which makes sense. It seems like there's probably some islands around here. They'll probably hit right around on a reef or a sandbar or something like that, and so we'll have to deal with that. Well, let's keep moving. Okay, so 2 blanks and then we have 1. So we have to roll, because this is now a frontier hex or a marches hex because it's next to a major city. Next to a major city or settlement hex, there's more humanoid intervention here. So there should be a d20 here. And a 15, so some no trespassing area. Let's go ahead and get that. I think we were using the luck for that. Let's go ahead and put the luck down here. This is a no trespassing area. And a d6 for the type. A 2. Neutral monster lands. So this might be some sort of underwater. It could be sort of a Kutoa, a Swagan. It could be sea elves. It could be something. Anyways, there are some people that are living here. Or it could be an island. There could be some people living on this island who are sort of keep to themselves. We still have some islands like that today, and there are some islands where, you know, unfortunately people do get killed if they still try to go to that still have sort of indigenous people on that who are not aware of the outside world. And you're told not to go there, and then people try to go there, and then usually they get killed on the beach by the people who live there. It's not fun, but with enough distance from my perspective, it's like, it is a little funny. If you're told not to go there, and then you go there, and the people immediately kill you. Because you didn't listen. Alright, remember, it's got to be a 1, 2, or 3. Okay, so we got 4 blanks, and then we're going to have 1. Let's go ahead and do that. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and right here. Right at the coast. And what's this going to be? So even though it's a frontier hex and there's more likely for things to show up, we still roll that 1d20 instead of a 1d12. We only roll the 1d12 in these hexes down here, like where Port Resilient is, where it's the sort of heart, what I call the heartlands, the very sort of center of civilization. 4. So we have a travel haven, which we're also using this little house for. And what type of travel haven is this? Gonna be D4? 1, which is an inn. Okay. And travel havens also have a settlement, so this is going to have some sort of like a little hamlet attached to it, which is going to have a population of up to 400. Alright, it's got to have at least 50 in it. Alright, so a little hamlet, not very large. Got about 75 people in it. So it's got about, let's say that's about... I'm trying to think in my head. Trying to do a little math. So it's every 10 people, right? And so if you assume 5 in a family, so there's at least 1 tithings man here, which is, we could go into tithing. That's in a totally different video. We can't be deep diving into things like tithings mans and hundreds courts, and that's not for this video. But I'm just trying to think off the top of my head what that would look like. But we'll keep moving on. And then I still need to... I want to come up with something for us to do in between sort of the hexes as we go through them. Let me think about that just a little bit, and then I'll give some thoughts to that. I'll have to give some thoughts to that. We'll figure it out though. So let's keep rolling. Of course, I know I'm moving through this pretty quickly. That's not what I need to roll. I know I'm moving through this kind of quickly, since we've kind of done this in some other videos, so I'm not spending too much time on it, but if you guys have any questions about specifically what's going on, feel free to drop them in the chat, and I'll address them. Alright, gotta roll a 3, so 1 off, and then 1 on. So right here. It's a little bit slower because we're going through the this frontier hex. 18 is our landmark. Landform or wonder. This is technically a... So let's roll a d6. Okay, so it's going to be some sort of artificial... let's see. Landmark. Landform or wonder. That's kind of hanging out here, so it is going to be something that's relatively man-made. Is anybody hanging out here? Yeah, just let's roll with those. Alright, this is in the marches, so let's give it another d6 roll. Right. And it is monster occupied. I'm specifically using monster in this context because there is a spot, depending on what you roll, where it could be just occupied by sort of people who have settled there, which is not the case. This is monster occupied. And we need a little stamp for it, which we've been using this little waterfall stamp for landmarks and wonders. And we are good there. Let's keep moving. Bumpo. Oop, right on to another one. Excellent. And we rolled a 4, so that's going to be another travel haven. So go ahead and drop that guy in there. Oop. And what is our travel haven? 3. What is 3? Is that a, I think that's cache, right? Yeah. Survival, shelter, cache. So this could be like an old hunting lodge or something like that. Place that's an old, maybe like abandoned cabin. It's not necessarily like it's not an inn. It's just a place where, if your party's in trouble, they could find this. They could find a relatively safe place to take an extended rest, basically. So we need out of that. Let's keep moving. Now I'm starting to remember why I was proofing things. Because this does take a lot, but it is a frontier space. I don't feel too bad about it. Alright, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So technically we should do that one as a 1d6. So we'll go back and do that as a 1d6. And what do we got here? Oh, we got that 20. So that's a hazard. I believe we're using the rain cloud for hazards. We'll do that. And what type of hazard we got? Let's do it's D6. 2. Some sort of exposure or weather. I don't know what that's gonna be yet. I'm not gonna be too concerned about it. So there's something about that specific area that has some pretty nasty weather or quite nasty exposure elements that if you go through that you'll have to deal with, so people probably avoid that. It's probably quite well known to people in the area. Alright, let's keep on moving. Bo. That's not the right... Oh, I said we need to go back and do the little marsh. Okay, so there is something at the marsh. What's it gonna be? 19. What's 19 again? Remains. Okay, so another remains. Remains of the day? No, probably not. Let's roll D4. Makes sense. It's another vehicle. Under mysterious circumstances. Well, that's certainly an adventure. That's certainly an adventure seed. So, notes that I have under mysterious circumstances, I have suicide, ritual sacrifice, disaster, inland shipwreck, some sort of weird. So if we find like a wagon caravan out in the middle of this ocean, right, in this middle of this sort of off-coastal atoll, marshy kind of area, lagoon kind of area, we're gonna be like, what what happened here? And so that's a cool adventure kind of kickoff. And so we'll put our little stamp here. And we can hop back over to here. And write nothing but D10s to finish out. So we should be good there. And we're immediately going to have another one. Wait, a few, 19, that's another remains. Interesting. Well, that's a remains. That may make sense for off the coast. So, lots of shipwrecks, things of that nature. This could be something different, though. Maybe it's not going to be a vehicle. It's not going to be a vehicle. It's going to be something else. It's going to be some sort of people. And what's going on with these people or person? Oh, abandoned. So this can be remains. People. I'm just gonna put person. What? Abandoned. So this might be somebody who got deserted on an island, right? Something like that. Got left behind. Maybe they were sick. Maybe they were injured. Not sure. The only way to know is to go there. And discover it as you play. Let's keep rolling to roll that 20 instead of a d10. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. It'll be our next one. No. No. That's not what I want. 13. Oh, good. Our first ruin. Okay. So we've got that ruin of an info or design. So we're still using this sort of catty pirate flag. That and also put ruin. This is going to be ruins of an info omen or warning sign. I'm gonna look at the subtables for those. They are, if I recall, right next to each other. That should be helpful. Alright, there's 6 for each, so let's just go ahead and roll. We'll just roll 12, right? That makes sense. 3. Checkpoint or messenger station. Do we know what happened to it? No, not yet. Make that up if they go investigate it at some point. Might be recent, might be from long ago, we're not sure. It'll be a lot of things. 2, 3, 4. Alright, so that is all the points of interest for this specific hex. And now we can move out of the Marches/Frontier hex, and things should go a little bit quicker. Because at this point in this next hex, we're only going to have a 1 in 6 chance of something kind of showing up. And one of those is already filled with something, because we already have a very sort of iconic natural world wonder that kind of comes from the next level up, so an Atlas hex, so that's going to be very important. I don't know what that is yet. I just know they exist there. Alright. Ooh. We did reach the end of a hex, though. How much coffee do I have left? We did reach the end of a hex, though. And so for that, that means that I said I was going to come up with something to share as sort of like a little palate cleanser. What are we going to talk about? We've been doing questions, so I kind of want to do something other than questions or DM advice stuff. So we've done that the last, I think, couple of times. So I want to do something different. We could do, maybe we should do like the YouTube channels that I follow or subscribe to. As far as some of them I don't subscribe to, but at least that I watch videos of pretty consistently that I think produce pretty good content. And these, yeah, I think I'll do that. We can do that. And I'm not going to go with specifically D&D YouTubers. I think I'm also going to include adjacent things that I watch that also give me ideas for D&D tabletop RPG ideas. And I think so it'll include things like history and writing and game design and those sorts of things. So let's do that. Let me throw it back into chatting, and then while I pull up one of these guys, who do I want to pull up first? I'm gonna pull up. I guess I'll do it in like this, right? Who do I want to look at first? Actually, you know what? I know exactly who to look up. Because, here we go. Here we go. This will be a good one. So let me pull this guy up. You can see it. So this is Raven's Gold. So he does basically copyright-free fantasy music, and he's got a ton of videos, so they're really great. I use them sometimes for stream. Actually, you're listening to one right now that I use for streaming. Lots of different things. Most of it's very backgroundy, so there's a lot of inns, cities, taverns kind of thing. There's some travel music, but not as much. It's mostly sort of, most of it is tavern music. It's also got some Celtic kind of inspired music, medieval music, Viking music, but most of it's background. So if you're looking for like combat, that sort of thing, combat music, he doesn't really do a lot of that. So it's mostly just kind of loose background music. But this is got tons of great stuff. I use it for streams. I also use it while I'm working on stuff, just as sort of background music, just sort of mood music. I have a number of different sources that I listen to, but this is definitely one of the ones that I do. Really great. And obviously my favorite part about it is that it's non-copyright, so I don't have to worry about it getting dinged in a video if I use it. It's really great. You can check out, I forgot, is he doing it through Gumroad or SoundCloud? I'm trying to remember. Nah. I can't remember if it was through Gumroad or SoundCloud. Either way, there's one of them that you can go to. I think it's probably in the description of the videos. Let me see. It's also got stuff on Spotify. But the idea is that you can actually go, and if you go through, or maybe it's through Patreon. I honestly cannot remember at this point, where you can go through and if you want to help support what they do, and then you can download the tracks and you can have them for you, so you don't have to like use them off of YouTube or Spotify or something. You can just have them and arrange them however you want through whatever media player you want to use. But really great, really love it, love his stuff. And yeah, I think the only thing that if I was looking for ways to improve or things to add to it, is to have a little bit more sort of that travel or combat style, but that's not really their bag. But it is something that I have to sort of look outside of their specific music to find. But yeah. Otherwise, lots of fun. Definitely recommend you check them out. Subscribe, lots of stuff. Very, very fun. Right. I'm going to just go ahead and delete that out. Delete that out and keep moving on. Alright, let's go ahead and do this next hex. Get this taken care of. Let's go ahead and jump in. Alright. So now we're going, since we're no longer in the water, we're going to drop from that D10 to a D6. But now we have to roll a 1 instead of a 1, 2, or 3. Hey, right off the bat. We got it. And a 4. So a travel haven. Okay. And a settlement that's going to come with that. Nope, we already got it. So let's go travel haven. What type of travel haven is this? 3, which is a caravanserai? No. It is a survival shelter or a cache. We know that off the bat. But we do also know that there's a settlement attached to it. So there are sort of people around, and we know that it's going to be pretty sizable. So at this point, it could be, when you come across something like that in the settlement, it could be like an abandoned house or abandoned barn or someplace that you can kind of sneak into and maybe sleep where you don't necessarily have to pay somebody for it. Maybe like a little trapper cabin on the edge of the settlement. So this is a secondary settlement, so it is like a hamlet or a thorp, and it's going to have a population that's somewhere between 50 and 400. So 150, 150. There we go. And we got it. That's that one. Got that one done. Alright, rolled another one right off the bat. It happens. And a 4, which is a religious site, right? No. Another travel haven. Losing my mind. Alright, here we go. Get this, we got another travel haven right next to it. What type of travel haven? Oh, this one's gonna be... I think this is actually the first one in all the region mapping that we've actually come across. You know, for 1d4, which is very surprising. So, this actually means that it is a high traffic camp. I'm just gonna go ahead and... Again, this usually comes with a settlement attached to it. But because they're a small settlement, they probably don't have an inn, per se. Alright, 100. 130. The population. So relatively small, but this is a high traffic camp. And usually there's, the way I have it set up, there's about a 20% chance that there's ever going to be anybody in it. And I have a D8 rolling for that, so I don't necessarily need to determine that right now. And honestly, I wouldn't, because right, people move through it. But just for fun, let's go ahead and see. Is there anybody there? Alright, currently there's not anybody there, but if there was somebody there, or maybe somebody who was just there, we might have messengers or pilgrims who were just camping there. And so we might find evidence of them having just used it, something maybe they left behind, maybe some sort of little holy symbol or something that has sort of like fallen off their clothing. And sometimes pilgrims wear pins that like enamel or pewter pins that kind of show where they've been as sort of like keepsakes. So maybe one of those have sort of fallen off, something like that the players could find. Little random world building. But that is what is there. Alright. Remember, we gotta roll a 1. Of course, again, if you guys have any questions about this, just... Oh, there was the 1. Alright. Just drop them in the chat and I'll address them as we kind of come across them. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Right here. What do we got? What do we got? A 12. Alright, that's roll twice and combine results. Alright, so we were rolling a 20, so we gotta roll 2 of them. 7 and a 6. Oh, a meeting place and a creature lair. So meeting place plus creature lair. And usually that means there's a settlement that's accompanying it. And so we're gonna go ahead and figure that. I'm gonna assume that there is, since there's also a meeting place here. So let's let's roll for the population. So we know it's gonna be 400. Do we get at least 50? Yeah. All right. So we very, very small settlement. About 90 people in it. So we got a population of about 90 here, a meeting place, and some sort of creature layer. So we also need to figure that out. Alright, so the meeting place, what kind of meeting place is this? Yep, that makes sense. It's sort of a neutral ground hill folk or monster meeting place. And I think it's probably just easiest to do this. I'm just gonna go ahead and say monster. Because we have the creature layer here. So maybe there's this creature layer and there's also a settlement that are in very close proximity to each other. And where was our monster layer? Oh yeah, we didn't really come up with anything for that. That's right. Other than this has the CR, but I'll just go ahead and put that. Future layer, we're just gonna put the APL for it. There's gonna be some sort of dungeon here, but we are dealing with we're dealing with tier 3, so this should be 11 through 16. Right? So pretty nasty monster collection of monsters. This is a high level dungeon, relatively high level dungeon that's here. It's probably actually exerting control over that settlement. So something to keep in mind. Or the settlement itself might actually be monsters, we don't know. But that could always be the case. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's humanoids. This was, I could always do more than one icon, right? That's right, I can always do more than one stamp. So I think for meeting place, we were doing the target. We'll have that there, and then we're gonna have that monster layer, which is the dragon, which is also gonna be there. So that way, we just have 2 there, and now we know. Because it's a little bit more complicated. Alright, let's keep going. There's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so 9. So a little bit of a while before we have anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. Go ahead and knock these guys out. Boop, 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 boop. What's here in this sort of like swampy hex? Alright, some sort of construction. Interesting. Oh, somebody's making a settlement. So, for construction, let me flip over to it. Let's just roll a d20. Alright, so it's about 50% complete. Just so we know. It's about 50% complete. Is it being actively worked on? Yes. So we'll just put that down here. Will be active, 50% complete. So they're working on it right now. People trying to build their own little settlement. So it might be, because it is sort of a swampland, so it might be something like a polder, like they're sort of setting up like windmills or something like that to sort of like reclaim that fertile farmland out of the swamp. Pretty common lowlands sort of tactic. Oh, we need to put put a little stamp here. Let's use our gear. Go ahead and put that on there. Boop. There we go. Let's keep moving along. Alright. Fishing for ones. Fishing for ones. Not yet. Not yet. I really wish this resized. It doesn't really help me when it goes way off to the side like that. So maybe we just move this a little closer here, so that way we can see a little bit better. That's 10. Wow. Oh, that's not what I was meaning to do, but that's alright. So we're just gonna delete everything up to there. Oh, gosh, dang it. Well, I know that was 14, because I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So we were almost done. You know, just for giggles, let's go ahead and roll the last one and see if anything shows up. No. Alright. So this is our last sort of point of interest here for this hex. 14. Ooh, a conflict area. So we know that we've been using these sort of crossed weapons over the shield to kind of showcase that's what that is, just from a brief look. Put down there. Yeah. Which is why I'm not going to figure out probably who that is right now. Because I don't think we've been doing that. We've just been trying to figure out, okay, so is it... What's the status for that? 2. Alright, so this is sort of like a... in the heat of it, so it is an ongoing... sort of battle rages. And what specifically are we looking at here? 1, 2, 3, 4... Give ourselves a little bit more info about it if we want to. So this is sort of like an earthworks or fortification. That's sort of what we're coming across. Battle rages. And actually we can even determine what they're fighting about. With the D6. Usually don't go into this much detail when I'm doing this specifically right now, but you know, just for fun. I can always change it later if I really want to. I rolled a 2. Alright, some sort of border skirmish. So some sort of low-level fight might be between nobles who share a border. Could be, who knows what it is at this point. And then we said, well, this last one doesn't have anything in it. Now, unfortunately, this next... I say unfortunately, it's fortunately. Just means it will take a little bit longer. This next one is going to be a frontier because we have this major religious site. So this is going to be this sort of hex that we're looking at right here. They've got highlighted. So that's going to be a Heartlands hex. These hexes all within that. We're going to be Heartlands hexes, which means we're going to have a lot of points of interest. But we're also going to have more points of interest here, because we're going to go up to 50% chance. So we should have, you know, about 15, 16, something in there, assuming that the statistics bear out. But I did say that we would go over another sort of YouTuber. So let me pull that back up. Let me take care of that real quick. Let's see, what's another good one? Just pull up my homepage and take a look at what we're looking at here. Yeah. I probably don't really need to share this one. I'm pretty sure most people are familiar with her. They're sort of in the D&D site, guys, if you want to do that. Let's do that. So here we go. Let's hop that back over. Go ahead and show it. So this is Dale Kingsmill, or Monarch's Factory, which is, of course, a play on words for her last name. Yeah, she does some D&D stuff, and I mean, she kind of jumped into where she is now because she got a nice little shout out years ago by Matt Colville, who had come across some of her stuff. And yeah, I think she does there's a good mix of D&D content as well as other things. She has a theater background, and a very literary background, so she also deals a lot with sort of Fae stuff, so if you're very interested in that, I'd say go check out those videos. She does D&D, she does Fae, mythology kind of things, literary tradition kind of things, storytelling, theater, high drama kind of stuff, so if you're interested in that, like we can see here. So she talks about TTRPGs, the stuff that's on her bookshelf, uh, talking to Justin Alexander about probably his new book that came out not that long ago. The power of names, gods, ideas to steal from video games, Pegasus and Chimera, Troy, the fall of Troy, all sorts of interesting things. So yeah, I'd say definitely go check her out. She's got a lot of interesting things to kind of, I think, kind of come at it with new, sort of fresh eyes, which is kind of helpful as somebody kind of comes at it with a lot of different angles, and I feel like a lot of specifically sort of D&D content creators kind of come out to it, where they kind of come from specifically sort of the game side, and she kind of comes at it from sort of the outside in, from this other sort of background in that sort of mythology, literary tradition, and theater, and kind of coming into that, and that sort of very, very storytelling focus kind of idea, and kind of coming into it, which is very nice. It's nice to get a lot of different perspectives, and that will help you sort of get a lot of information, give you a more well-rounded idea about games. And we'll see that because I'm going to talk about I think we're going to talk about some other YouTubers that don't specifically deal with D&D, but deal with things that are what I would consider D&D adjacent, which will be extremely helpful. Or I find, at least I find extremely helpful for kind of going through all of that and trying to help myself be a better rounded player, dungeon master, game master, designer for different things, and ideas about things from history and games and mythology and monsters and folk tales and all sorts of weird sort of, not necessarily eccentric, but very diversified angles of things that kind of pick things and see how you can use them for something like D&D or Pathfinder or whatever your tabletop game of choice is. But yeah, lots of fun. Also, she's very entertaining to watch. It was quite entertaining to watch. That said, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to go make myself a cup of tea, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. So I will see you guys real soon, okay? Bye. Alright, go ahead and jump back in. Went ahead and put on. Well, heck, it's getting a little cold in here this morning. And, well, my neck and head loses a lot of heat, I suppose. So, I throw something on it real quick. Keep me a little toasty, a little more toasty. So we have finished that one hex. We took a look at Dale Kingsmill and her channel Monarch's Factory. And we can move on to this next hex. So again, this is going to be a Frontier or Marches hex. So what that means for us is that when we roll our d6, we have to roll a 1 through 3 to get a point of interest to show up in one of these hexes. And again, each of these hexes, we're looking at the region level, so each of these hexes is about 60 nautical miles across, which is... yeah, about 69. Nice. About 69 statute miles, or standard miles. I guess I probably should have done that 2 kilometers as well, huh? We're about 111 kilometers. And we use nautical miles because it deals directly into degrees of longitude and latitude, which again is why I should probably make the larger encompassing idea of why I do hexes the way I do, because it helps do a very nice nesting, sort of Russian nesting doll of hexes, which works, I think, a lot better than most other systems do, because they don't really use that. They stick to either kilometers or miles, which don't translate super well. But that's, like I said, that's for another video. I'll probably do that at some point. I don't know when, but if I get enough response, I'll kind of move it up in the order of things I want to work on. But let's keep moving and roll for some points of interest. Alright, got one right off the bat. And we're still rolling the 1d20. So, a 13. Oh, that's a ruin. What type of ruin? Okay, so ruin settlement. Very interesting. Is there anything else I need for ruin? I don't think so. There's one little thing. Alright, so it is a ruins settlement. It is haunted. It's haunted with loot. So go there, there's going to be some sort of nasty undeads or something that's kind of hanging out there. It might be ghosts or ghouls or some sort of restless spirits of some type that haunt that place. We'll just go ahead and pluck down our little icon, and we can keep moving. Alright, that's nothing. It's 2. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. To here. What do we got in this hex? 5. Okay. Crossing with a settlement. I should put that. Settlement. I forgot I was working at region size hexes. That was dumb. I mean, some of the population information is incorrect. Because I'm working at the wrong layer. Silly me. So this actually needs to be a village, not a hamlet. That's fine. We should probably go back and make those changes, though, before I forget about them. So, let's go ahead and finish out this hex, I think, and then I'll go back. remind me that we need to, and actually I'm just gonna write myself. Go back and fix, and we'll actually correct. Population numbers. Now we know. We made a note. Because actually this doesn't need to be a hamlet, this needs to be a village. It needs to have at least 400 people in it. So let's see. So I started off doing it right, and then I started doing it wrong, because I got ahead of myself. 475. So 475. It's a very small village. And the crossing. I guess we could put, like, what type of crossing it is. That's fine. It doesn't really matter too much. Where are we actually at? We're in a deep forest. Yeah, rolling 1d3 to sub that. More. Alright, so boardwalk. So something that kind of keeps us up off the ground. There must be some sort of watery area that's probably in there. Probably some sort of small swamp or something. Maybe a pond, mire of some type that we need to. The boardwalk helps get people across it. All right. Is it manned or told? It's manned. Yes. Is it told? No. Okay. That was to check if it was still in good repair, which it is. So I don't have to worry about having a bridge that with a plank that snaps underfoot or something like that. It seems to be in good repair. And it is manned, so there are people around. So there are sort of, I guess you would call them guards? I assume. So it should be a relatively free place of things like bandits and creature attacks in general. And let's do our stamp. This is a crossing. What were we using for crossings? I do not remember off the top of my head what we were using for crossings. Totally blanked on it. Man, let's see. So we'll just choose something then. Doesn't really matter. The icons really are just kind of help. I think we're using the water one. If I remember correctly, which... dodgy at best. And let's keep moving on. Alright, and we got one right in the next hex. What is it? Landmark, or wonder. Well, we know at least what that is supposed to look like. It's our little waterfall. So we at least know the stamp for that one. Oop, that's not what I meant to roll. To roll d6. 6, which I believe means it's something weird. We don't know what kind of weird. It doesn't really matter what kind of weird it is right now. Oh no. I'm thinking about the wrong thing. It just means that it's empty. So we have a landmark. Wonder, and it's empty. I guess we could determine it. Alright. Artificial. So again, another sort of artificial thing. Might be some sort of like cairn or a totem or something that kind of gives us an idea. It could be just a flagpole, for all we know. Just something to kind of use as a landmark or a reference. Alright. Keep moving forward. Alright, got something in this one. 8. Ooh, an isolated homestead. Well, we know that that's our handy dandy little house. There we go. Boop. There we go, drop that in. Add that house. We'll go. Isolated homestead. And who we got living here? I forget. It's a D6. Is indeed a D6. 1. Some sort of exile or outcast. You know, we have a relatively nearby abandoned village. That might be the ruins of a village. It might be somebody from that village who was kicked out, and that's why they're still alive, and the people in the village are not. So, you know, if we were going to do an adventure where we wanted to learn more about what happened to the ruins. Actually, this is the ruins of a settlement. So that means it's actually that means it's a city. A city of 29,000 people. Oof. I'm just gonna put that in there. 0.3. Okay. So a large city that's just been wiped out. So there is somebody nearby, you know, who's what do we say? There's about, so not quite 70 miles. So, you know, 140 miles away. Who left that place and could maybe give us some information about it. If we're running an adventure and we want to learn more about that. Find any clues about that person, but also, you know, it means they're also kind of well-known exile. Don't know why, so we'd have to figure that out once we were in the game and playing, for sure. That's it. We don't need to know anything else about that. All right, not one there, not one there. All right. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do that. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so we got something right there. And that sort of forested hex. We have, ooh, roll twice and combine. Alright, so we have a settlement and a crossing. So obviously we don't need to make it. Well, actually we could. It'd be interesting to have a settlement and then the crossing and then a smaller settlement that's sort of on the opposite of that side of that crossing. Mint. Plus crossing with its own settlement. And actually I'm just gonna population. Alright, so we know this is a city. It's got up to 60,000 people in it. 12,000. 12.3k. Okay, so pretty sizable city. And this one's going to be much smaller. It's going to be a village on the other side. And which means it's got between 400 and 1,000 people in it. 590, so 600 people. Which is good. I like, this is a good instance of using that roll twice and combine. Because there are so many instances in history where you have two settlements that are very close to each other. And then as they grow, they just sort of consolidate into one. Like very, very sort of Minneapolis, St. Paul, Twin Cities kind of feel to it, right? That's not horribly uncommon. So it is nice to see that, and now we can sort of replicate that on our map, which is really nice. And it shows that they have been growing, and it makes sense. They are literally on a river, and I'm going to roll for it. It's it's a river crossing. I'm just gonna say it's a bridge. Since we have such a major city next to it. And so there's a big city on one side of the bridge, and then there's sort of outlying buildings that kind of became its own settlement on the other side of the bridge. They kind of go across this major river. And we can drop down the icons for both of those. So the first one is our settlement. So we have I mean, technically it's a city, but I'll just use the settlement. So we have a settlement, and then we also have a crossing. Let's get another little settlement in it, so we can do that one. And then we have both our stamps, and we know both of those are there. We can keep moving on. Alright, nothing there. Oh, there's something. Alright. So, we didn't have anything in this hex, but we do have something in this hex. What do we got over here? Alright, we rolled a 20. That's a hazard. Alright, roll a d6 for these hazards. 4. Alright, so some sort of hazardous flora. And that's really all we need to know. What were we using for hazard again? We're using the weather, right? This little cloudy icon. And just left my place. There we go. Whoop. So again, these are tier 3 results. So we're talking about things that challenge a party of, you know, levels 11 through 16 as a hazardous area. So we know that, like, common people do not go through that area because it kills probably tons of people if they go through it. So they give it a wide berth, which makes it a very good adventure location if you have a high-level monster or something that can survive that hazard, whatever it may be, or maybe comes from that hazard. Maybe you have a very nasty, fell druid or something like that who's corrupted all the flora in that area, all the plants. And, you know, now the party has to venture into there, into maybe this fell, maybe it's an entire druid circle, and deal with them. That'd be a fun adventure. For a sort of higher level group, have them sort of shape-shifting into all sorts of sort of mutated animals and sort of, yeah, that'd be a fun adventure. I wouldn't mind running that adventure or playing in it. It seems quite fun. And let's keep moving. Alright, so there's something here. Another hazard. Okay. Be nice if it's the same one. It's not. I could override that, though. If I wanted to. Well, why don't we leave it up to the dice? Let's roll a d20. If I roll 11 or higher, it's going to be the same. Alright, it's not. Alright, so it is, in fact, terrain. Ground or water? Okay. Which makes sense. So there's something bad about the water in this leg of the river. This sort of section in the river, which is not good. Let's go ahead and put in a little stamp. And we can keep moving on. Alright, that's 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Alright, so something in this heavy woods here. Alright, I rolled an 8, which is an isolated homestead. So we'll go ahead and throw down our stamp of this little house. Got that. Come on. There you go. So we got our little isolated homestead here. And who's living here? It's D6. A hermit or pariah. No, it could be a leper, a mutant, it could be just a hermit. I don't know. But again, since we're talking about at this region level, we're talking about things that are in the 3rd tier of adventure. So as far as D&D 5e is concerned, that's levels 11 to 16. So this has to be a very powerful creature of some type. Or has to be a very, at least, if not powerful, then very important to something that's going on in the story. Very potent, maybe well known. Let's keep rolling. 1. And right down here in this little swamp that's under our text here, which I think we can just hide. We can hide the text, right? Oh, that hides the icons, which we don't want to do. Alright, but what's down here? What do we got? 7. So, a meeting place. Alright, what type of meeting place are we dealing with? D6. Two. So it is a trading post or crossroads market. Very interesting. And I think we're using target. Let's use a little star. Little star. So that's a fun point of interest for us to check out. Nope, that is not the right hex. There we go. And of course, those larger sort of red hexes we're using as the boundary hexes for our Atlas hexes, which is our next size category, are up, which are massive hexes, which is what we use to make the entire world map. So we're zooming in a little bit. So, but I tend not to put anything in those border hexes just to make it easier for us to sort of, when we're visually looking at this, figuring out where we are when we're trying to look between different layers in the map. So do we have anything down here? We do. Oh, another hazard. So we're going to have this trifecta hazards. Alright. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to ask, is this also the water problem? No. Is it the weird plant problem? Yes. Okay. So what that means is that we're going to actually copy this. So we've got this hazardous flora, and it actually spills over into another hex. So this is a large area, which means that hazard is probably actually what's causing the hazard in the water. Because it is downstream from it in this river. It's kind of shaping up to be sort of an important adventure area. So this might be something where you run into that sort of trade post that we have next to it. Be like, oh, there's not a lot of people here. It's like, yeah, business has been really bad because, you know, to the east of us, things have just gone to hell. Oh, well, we could go check that out. Yeah, you know, if you hit the volcano going east, you've gone too far. But you'll be able to notice that the flora's plants are real bad there. Yeah, real bad for people. Kill a lot of people. Very interesting adventure we can just jump right into with a little sandbox. Alright, let's go with it. So, we got anything going on this volcano? We do. 5. So we have a crossing. Yeah, that makes sense. We're going through a mountainous region. So there's a mountain crossing here. So I'm not even going to do it, it's just going to be a mountain pass. But it does mean that there is a settlement. And remember that... not you remember. Me remember that not to screw up the population again for these settlements. Right. That is the correct size. So 8 excuse me, 830, 37, yeah, 835 people. So a pretty sizable village there that's next to this sort of mountain pass. And we'll do our icon, and for that we were using this little water icon to show that there is a crossing there. And that's what I'm looking at. Excellent. So keep rolling. Oh, something's here. What's in this X? 7. Some sort of meeting place. Yeah. Let's use that star again. Makes sense. It's very much like a forest glade kind of area. Like, this place is otherwise almost entirely surrounded by trees. We're deep in the sort of boreal taiga forest here. Right north of a pretty serious mountain range. Right, we're just right in the northern shadow of it, right in the foothills of it. And there's this one sort of open, probably open space that's got a sort of grassland and open field area, glade, sizable glade there. So it makes sense that, oh, well, I'd say that, but I'm actually looking at the wrong thing, aren't I? Well, never mind. I know what I'm talking about. Do I? Not usually. No, I am talking about the right thing. Sorry, I just moved the cursor. So it does make sense that that would be the meeting place, right? There's a big open space. What type of meeting place is this? Alright, need a D6. And I do kind of want to fill out some more of these subtables, because a lot of them are like D6s, and I think I could bump them up to... Most of them are D4s and D6s, and I think we could get them to 8s, maybe even 10s, which I'd really like. A little bit more diversity in them. Okay. Oh, interesting. So this is a watering hole for travelers or animals. I'm just gonna put this down here. Well, I can type. For travelers, man, maybe I can't type. Alright, yeah, because I mean there are some rivers around, but there's nothing specific to this area, right? We're kind of in the space between two rivers coming out of those mountains to the south. They're kind of running down, and they combine to the northwest of us. But for here, right, there's probably an open space, especially there's going to be a lot of grazing ground, a lot of open space here. So it makes sense that there is going to be some sort of spring or watering hole that's probably really minor, maybe a little depression, might even be sort of a pond, even a lake. That spring-fed lake, something like that. That, you know, a lot of people and animals sort of congregate to. Very much when you see sort of those, like, African savanna photos of, like, all the different types of animals that are at the river or at the watering hole. And then, of course, there's a crocodile in there who always grabs one and pulls them in. Right, you gotta pay the tax. You gotta pay the crocodile tax if you want to drink the water. Alright, and what is in our next text? Okay, something. Well, there's something in it. And there is another crossing. I mean, it makes sense. There's another big river here. Let's see. Go down to the crossing. Let's go. So I do have a water one for all of these. So, all right. All right. So this is actually a portage or portage point, which means that there's a space here in the river that's got too many rapids or something in it that you can't take your small boat across. So you actually have to take your boats out of the water and carry them from one section of the river that you can navigate to another section of the river. Now, that also means that there's settlement here. Right, it's going to have some sort of village there that's at this sort of portage site where you have to pull your boats out of the river and move them. And they're like, oh, well, it seems like a good place to camp. And so then people stay there, people trade, and eventually that kind of grows into some sort of settlement, and people want to stay there most of the year and, you know, figure out how to feed themselves and keep themselves safe and secure there. Right. So not a city, it's a village. It's a village. It's a village. Alright, that one won't work. Okay, so 975. Pretty sizable village. And then we can go ahead and put our little icon in, right? Do a little water to show that there's a crossing here. Lots of crossings in this hex, which makes sense. We got quite a few rivers. We've got some mountains that we're moving into, right? Now those crossings start to make a lot more sense. Sometimes at this level, we have crossings that don't make sense because they seem like they're in the middle of nowhere. And those might be guide stations, but they also might be crossings for smaller waterways or things like that, or smaller mountains that aren't represented at this scale of the map. Because we have to remember that it is in some way very abstracted. And that it is not, when we look at a hex like this, remember that it is, you know, from being from North America, it is almost 70 miles across in every different way. So, I mean, it's not just like there is nothing but forest. It means there's all sorts of stuff that's happening within that biome. It's primarily forest in this instance. Alright, let's keep moving. 1, 2, or 3. We did not roll a 1, 2, or 3. And then we did. Alright, so nothing in this little mountain here. But there's going to be something down here in this little pine forest. What we got? 18. Another landmark, landform, or wonder. Landmark, landform, or wonder. Waluigi. Nope. So there we go. Flip over there. We are a little bit further. And technically this is the marches. Let's go ahead and looking down my little cheat sheet. 2. Okay, so that's artificial. So something man-made. And it is occupied. Which usually just means there's a settlement there, so we could roll a little village for it as well. I know we didn't do that earlier when we came across one, but we could do that here. This is going to be a village. Relatively small one. 530 people. What was it? 530? I can't remember. I got distracted by something else. It'll work though. The actual number is not that important. I was trying to figure out whether I wanted to write settlement or village down there. And then forgot the number, but it should be something close to that. So it should be all right there. We do need to drop our stamp. So it is a landform, so we're going to drop this little waterfall down on it, because that's what we've been using for that. Go. Keep moving on. Will we get a crossing here on the river? That's the question. We do not. So, nothing in this hex, but there's something here. Oh, a construction! Yay! Construction 8, what are we making? An isolated, okay. Interesting. So somebody's building their own little homestead out here. I think it's worth adding who we think that person is. Who's making their home out there. So let's find out who that is. Yep, we got another hermit or pariah. In the actual game, what I might go back in and I might do is I would actually sort of come back and I might use something like, it's buried under here, so I don't want to pull it out, but my DM reminder where I have that 1D100 NPC list that I show off, I guess, relatively often, and try to figure out some more information about the person, and that might give me some context as to why they're out here by themselves. But this is a construction, so we'll go ahead and use a little gear sign. Show that it is building. And actually, we could answer those other questions. So, what percentage of done is it? 60. I'll roll down. So 65%. And is it actively being worked on? No. Okay. So something has stopped them. So very interesting, right? That kind of builds us into automatically maybe some sort of adventure scene, right? If we have this party run across this hermit or pariah with a basically half-built home, and they don't seem to be working on it right now, right? Okay, why aren't you working on it? What's stopping you from working on it? How can we help? What kind of rewards can you give us? Why are you out here all by yourself? You know, if you're a pariah, what were you kicked out for? That sort of things. Right. Very standard adventure scene. Very simple, super simple to do. Usually when it comes down to me, when I try to figure out sort of an adventure scene or something like that, one of the big questions is that I try to focus on are hows and whys. Like, how is something happening, or how is it not happening, and why is it happening, or why is it not happening? And those two questions, I feel like, will get you really far. And we are almost done with this one, though. What we got? Oh, God. Alright, so we are going to get something there. We're going to get... No. Here we go. That is a 15, so this can be a no trespassing area. I do stream on Twitch sometimes as well. Usually do that on Thursday evenings. Thanks for the question. Yeah. So if you want more information on that, that's all in. If you want to jump over the channel, feel free to subscribe. But one over there, I think we've got a link to the Twitch if you want to do it. It's all the same thing. It's at Red Ragged Fiend, so very easy to find. But yeah, do streaming over on Twitch as well. So this is a no trespassing area, but why is it a no trespassing area? What's going on here? Let's roll a d6, figure that out. Oh, makes sense. These are some hillfolk tribal lands. Alright, so that's who's up here, so we need to keep that in mind. I believe we were doing the lock for no trespassing areas. So we'll go ahead and add that in. I just lost my place. There we go. Starting a lot of things. Oh, thanks. Thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. And then we've got one more. We got one more hex to figure out in this hex. We got something down in here. Oh, 6. Nope, nothing down there. All right, so we got that one done. So as you can see, you know, went from an area, right? There's a frontier area. Then we have this wilds area. You can tell there's very few stamps that are kind of in it. And then as we get closer to the frontier area again, we get more. And now we're about to jump into this hex, which has a major religious site on it. But the only issue is though, even though we're almost guaranteed to get POIs on most of these, there are a lot of water hexes in it. It is primarily a water hex. So we're rolling a larger die size. So that's going to sort of mitigate the amount that we're going to get. It's going to sort of tamp those numbers down that we would otherwise have very, very full with it, because I think, I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, yeah, because with in the Heartlands, which is what that will be, there's a 5 out of 6 chance there's going to be a point of interest there. So, but we're going to be rolling d10s instead of a d6, so there's going to be about a 50% chance, and that'll help us mitigate some of that. So it's going to feel a little bit more like the hex we just did than a very sort of central hex, because we have all these water hexes that are going on there. But that is the end of the hex, which means it is time for me to pull up, like I said, I was going to pull up another YouTuber that I enjoy, that I want to kind of share with other people to kind of take a look at. So let me drop out of this real quick, just so I can scatter around and pull that up. Let me pull that up, because I know who I want to look at next. Because I talked about having inspiration and taking information from people who are not just in that sort of D&D tabletop role-playing space, but looking at people who are definitely sort of in very similar spaces, and taking a look at those and seeing what you can pull, what sort of inspiration ideas you could pull from that. And I definitely want to pull up this guy. Very well very well known in some circles, certainly in the video game circles. But maybe not so much in tabletop RPGs, even though he has a very strong background in it, and that's what led to him doing video game design. And I think you could tell that a lot. So let's go ahead and pull that up. We'll see. Here, let me pull up his videos. It'll be easier. Alright. Go ahead and share that back. Here we go. Alright, so I want to take a look at Tim Kaine. So for those of you who aren't very exposed to sort of like game design and things like this, Tim Kaine was the, I believe, lead designer. Either lead designer or project lead, I can't remember. One of those two on the original Fallout game. And so he kind of comes from a very strong tabletop D&D background, and you can see that influence when he talks about game design. But anyways, he has a YouTube channel which he literally uploads, I think, every weekday. And he has a number of these videos where he talks about one. I was talking about one online not that long ago. I think it was about, where was it? I think he was talking about skills. I don't remember. Oh, there it is. Skill design in RPGs. So it's this video down here, which is really helpful. I mean, he's talking about it specifically from the video game angle, but if you're interested in doing things like homebrewing and things like that for your D&D games, like getting the insight of people who work in an industry where they have to deal with creating systems in a very similar way to tabletop RPGs, which is video games, right? And especially if you look at things like the old Fallout games and Arcanum and things like that are very much sort of CRPG, very standard, classic computer RPG style. It's just he has a lot of insight on it and a lot of information you can see that's very parallel information. So if you're interested in doing things like, oh, well, I'm thinking about a monster, or I'm thinking about a quest design, or things like that. Like he did a really good one recently that I watched. Yeah, it was literally from yesterday, about quest markers, which is where he talks about like how much information, like how specific do you want to be about telling the players where to go in the game? Do you want to give them an area? Do you want to give them a very specific place to go? Do you want to make it very broad and be like you need to do a lot of exploration and pick up a lot of things, like maybe there's not a very specific quest marker, you have to piece together different parts of sort of in-universe information to figure that out, which feels very similar to like if you're running a tabletop, you're running something like Dungeons and Dragons, and you're like, do you give your players a very accurate map of the world? Because like, should they know every place in the world? Because accurate maps of the world are a very, very modern idea. And most people's knowledge of even areas 100 miles from where they live is, depending, unless you travel a lot, is probably not very, they probably don't know a lot, and the things that they do know, they probably aren't particularly accurate with that information about. But that sort of thing is the sort of things that are very interesting in here. Right, things in here where, like, especially if you're doing things like that homebrew or game design, things in here like the steps for fixing design problems, design specifications, trying to figure out that sort of information. Things that are very, right, obviously code organization, probably not super important for a tabletop game designer. But the idea is that he kind of goes through that, and he goes through, you know, his experience of the game industry, which is like 40 plus years. So he's going to give you, he has that, it's all built off of his background of tabletop, right? He comes from that very sort of D&D tabletop background, and you can see that, and he talks about that very, very much in this, when he talks about sort of the designs that he chooses and the way he does things and why he does that, and the information that he sort of pulls from that subject. So yeah, it's a great channel. Go check out Tim Kane. Kane on Games is his handle here, and he also has a blog. You can go check it out. All right, well, let's go ahead and move on to our next hex. All right, so this one's the bigger. This one's the biggie, right? We're dealing with this jump in and dealing with this Heartlands hex. So very sort of civilized swords, should be pretty dense with points of interest. But of course, like I said, it's going to be mitigated a little bit. We're going to have a little bit less because we're going to be rolling d10s for a lot of these water hexes instead of a d6. Oh, how long have I been playing tabletop RPGs? A while. We should go with a while. So I picked them up back when I first picked them up back when I was in sort of middle school, junior high. And then I dropped them as I got interested in other things like sports and cars and girls and that sort of stuff that teenagers do. And then didn't pick them back up till pretty much I was getting done with college. And that's sort of when I picked them back up, and I've been playing ever since. So, you know, at this point, it's been a couple decades. So 20 plus years, thereabouts. 20, 25 years, something like that. So been doing a lot, different editions of D&D, multiple editions of D&D, lots of D20, lots of not D20 stuff. So played numerous amounts of RPGs, so it's not necessarily... There's certainly a lot of people that have much deeper history with role-playing games, but I have a pretty relatively wide variety as well. So yeah, one of the things that I always try to make clear is that experience, the time of experience doesn't necessarily mean that the experience is valuable. And I know I've talked about this a little bit before. No, I'll just do that before we jump in. Is that I've definitely played with a lot of people, especially dungeon masters or game masters, who tell you, oh, you know, I've been running games for 30 years, but they can still be bad dungeon masters. The tenure of their experience does not mean that they're necessarily good. It just means that they've been doing it a long time, right? You can still do the wrong thing over and over and over again, right? So, and there's also people that, you know, I've played with who haven't played role-playing games for very long, you know, probably not their first time behind the screen as a dungeon master or game master, but certainly maybe their first, like, 1, 2, 3 years, and they've run some different stuff, and they're really, really good, because, you know, they take that in, and they focus on trying to be better at doing it, and that's really the focus, is like, are you motivated to be better at it? And sometimes what I run across with people who have been playing for a very long time is they're very kind of stuck in their ways, and they're not interested in improving their own game or skills at that point. They've gotten to a comfortable lull, not in a derogatory fashion, but complacency, right? They're happy with where they are, and they're not looking to continue that growing aspect of it, where, right, a newer dungeon master or game master, it's almost voracious, and they're want to be better at what they're doing, right? Because they want to be able to run great games. But that's enough about that. Let's go ahead and jump in and do these hexes. All right, so we got a D10. Remember, we're going to roll 5 or lower. We did not, so nothing's there. Got that. All right, so there is something here, though. And this is a nice Heartland hex, so we'll be rolling a d12. All right, so we rolled an 11, so a construction of some type. What are we making here? Construction, we're doing a travel haven. And which means there's also, and we'll just go ahead and put it down here. There's also a settlement here. Which the settlement is also growing. So that's also part of the construction. Alright, so let's figure out how far along in this construction are we? Let's just roll d20 times 5. Alright, 15%, so not very far. And they are active. Okay, so it's active, but very new. So we're about 15% in. And the travel haven, I guess we could roll for what type of travel haven? War. Oh good, it's a high traffic camp. Which is kind of a weird thing to be constructing. I guess if you think about it, it's more of a bivouac kind of situation, so there might be like a palisade or something like that. This is a high traffic camp. And that all that means is that there's about a 20% chance that there's going to be somebody in the camp when they show up. And there is a little population center, right? So a village of some site, a pretty sizable one, with a population of about 890. So that settlement is also in the building, so we can kind of see a narrative start to build here. So we had this high traffic camp, and so now we look at it as a high traffic camp that's sort of in the process of transitioning into being a full-time settlement, right? There's enough traffic, there are enough people that know about this, and there are enough foot traffic coming in and out, and sort of permanent trade opportunities that people are starting to settle down here, and specifically use this as a way station or a home base for their probably traveling or merchants. Mercantile efforts. So that's very cool. That's why I really enjoy this system, because it gives me an idea of like what's going on there. Right? It kind of gives us a little narrative history about not only what the place is, but what it used to be and what it's maybe gonna become in the future. Let's go ahead and this is a construction site, so we'll put our little gear icon down. So you're running a campaign where none of your players can play high elves. But if they chose any other types of elves or half elves, they get a huge background story of the world. That's very interesting. So it's a background only people with some amount of elven blood understand or have access to. That's very interesting. So the way that they understand the world is very different than player characters and NPCs of other races / species, ancestries, whatever you want to call it. It's very interesting, yeah. So does that mean that it's sort of like a secret narrative, like that's not shared with outsiders kind of idea? That could be a very cool thing. It's very sort of like racial secret kind of thing, secret history. Very interesting for long-lived races. I could see that. That could be fun. Assuming you have at least one person who plays somebody with elven blood in them. Let's go next one. All right, we're rolling d10s. Anything here? Yep. What we got? Oh, sorry. This needs to be a d12. A 3. Religious site. Actually, that's the first religious site we've had today, isn't it? Alright, and then it's also going to come with a settlement. It's got a little population, so let's do the population real quick. 790... Okay, so about 800 people. Wait, that was a 7. So let's do 795. Round correctly. Alright, what type of religious site is this, though? Could be very interesting. It's a D8. This is actually the largest subtable on the list. some sort of cloister or commune. So that could mean that it's some sort of, right, a monastery, something like that, a nunnery. An abbey of some type. And then we're using this little temple icon for our religious sites. So this is in the water, so obviously this is kind of a major sort of lake system here. So it's probably on a little island out here in the lake, or maybe one of the spits of land that's sort of tying off this marsh or this little light forest hex here. Very interesting. Keep on moving forward with our D10. Cool. 6, so nothing there. And then obviously this one has a major religious site already in it, which makes sense that why we might have another sort of smaller religious site nearby. So this major religious site does have an accompanying city with it. I guess we could figure out what it... I mean, it should be sort of basically a grand temple, probably. But it might not be. Do I want to roll for it? No. What I am going to do is be like, hey, there's also a settlement here. Because there is obviously some settlement here. But because this is actually from the Atlas hex, so it's actually from the level above, so this is actually going to have like a straight up city attached to it. Alright. With 34.1 thousand people in it. So a pretty sizable silly city. It must be Camelot. Because it is a silly place. But it is a settlement. So a pretty sizable one in the area. As well as sort of like this grand temple, which is, we're looking at things like Hagia Sophia, Parthenon, those sorts of things. We're looking at very, very important areas. Could even be sort of like a Vatican City thing, a Angkor Wat, that sort of thing. Alright, and we got this one right here. Alright, there is something here. Yep, sorry. It's a D12 again. 1. Oh, there's a city right here. We go ahead and get our stamp ready. And drop that down in there. Boop. So, settlement. Again, so we have two major cities that are quite close to each other, which is not typical, but one of them is tied to a very important place. So this is a highly sort of dense urban population that we have here. I mean, we say they're close. They're still like 70 miles away from each other. They're not super close. On average, they're going to be about that far away. It's definitely a smaller city. Right. 28.9 thousand. In this sort of marshy lowlands, might be a sort of like Venice kind of situation. Or Netherlands, like an Amsterdam sort of situation. It's probably going to have some sort of canals in it, because it's definitely a lowlands area for a large city. This is water hex, right? Roll D10. 7. Okay, so nothing there. We'll hop back over here. So you use the gods from the Forgotten Realms. Oh, but you changed you changed some of the history. So Lolthwins, they use Corlon as a puppet to make the High Elves the big bad. Okay, okay, interesting. Yeah. So well, I mean that makes sense, right? You get in. Who is it? Cyric. Even though you're not messing with Cyric, but definitely using sort of like a fundamental lie to sort of change things around. Very interesting. To make High Elves the big bad. Very interesting. But are you still otherwise using the sort of cultural aspects of the Drow? That could be very interesting. I could see that as being a stumbling block, at least for myself, being like you're gonna have to change things around because Drow society, the way they set it up in the Forgotten Realms, is sort of like capital E evil. Like it's just not a good place to live. Like it's clearly very bad. Okay, so you are changing that. It's like everybody who's affiliated with Drow society and Drow culture who's not at the top of the pile is going to be like, this is a bad place. I don't think these are good people. So you're going to, yeah, so you kind of have to tweak that to make it change. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, because that's, I would imagine you have to do that to make it cohesive. Oh, they all think the Corlon one. Okay, gotcha. So it's sort of a false flag thing. Gotcha. Alright, so there's nothing... nope, there's something here. So roll a 5. But this time we roll on the 20 instead of the 12. But it doesn't matter, because we rolled a 7 anyways. So there is sort of a meeting place here. Meeting place. And what type of meeting place? Nope. Did I go too far? Yeah. Let's roll a d6. Oop. 3. Alright, so this is sort of a fair or holiday grounds. Holiday grounds. Very cool. And I think for the meeting place we were using the star, right? I think I vacillate between using the star emblem and this sort of like target. But let's use the star because it kind of sticks out. Perfect. Oh, dang it. I was supposed to go back and fix the population numbers after that last hex. Do it after this hex. Gotta remind myself to do that. The notes did not help. I wasn't looking at the note. Alright. Let's do a d10. Alright, so we're going to have a d20 here. 6, which is a creature layer or something. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put our little monster icon down here. Let's get kind of a monster layer here. Let's see what we have under there. And I think because of this nature of kind of where it is there going to be a settlement here? My thought is no. So I think for this one, we're going to have to roll a 14 or better. Yep, well, we did. Okay. Well, shows what I know. And so, of course, this is for APL 11 through 16. And then down here, we will have our settlement. This is going to be a minor settlement, so it should be a village. Relatively small one. Alright, for 540 people. Perfect. Did that, and let's do this last one in the water. 4, and look at my note. Alright, so that is a 1d20 POI, so a 12. 1 through 3 is a 12, 4 and 5. Alright, well that's a hazard, you know that. So go ahead and drop the icon for that. We're using this little weather rain cloud. Alright, so we got our hazard. And what type of hazard is it? I think hazards are d6. Let me double check. Yep. It is indeed. 3. Okay. Alright, so, terrain. So probably water, because it's ground or water. But clearly this is a very large water hex. So there's something wrong with the water here. That, quite deadly. Boo! Okay, so when the elves sleep, they don't see anything. It's all bleak, so they don't get sort of like the trancing sort of mind dreams. Okay. Eldrin have been sort of like kicked out of the Feywild. Half-elves are getting hunted by high elves. Interesting. Very cool. Okay, so that's very interesting. It's definitely got that sort of interesting genocide. Okay, so you have half-elves are getting hunted by the high elves. Okay, and you're differentiating high elves from Eldrin. As Eldrin being specifically elves who live in the Feywild. Okay, gotcha. Alright. Okay, and so you're using that sort of Coralon to kind of push them towards sort of that sort of genocide, ethnic cleansing kind of idea for campaign. That's very interesting. Yeah. But it's all predicated on that sort of fundamental lie about Coralon winning, which is not true, right? Very interesting. It's a cool concept. I dig it. Let me jump back in. Right here, we got our forest. Ooh, we got something here. 2. Alright, holding. I think this is actually the first holding we've had too, right? Some of these really regular ones that we usually are well peppered throughout. We are not running across a ton of them so far. A little D6 for that. But now that we've got a more civilized heartland, we'll start running into them a lot. Oh, okay. This is a well-defended place. So this is a holding that's got a keep. Plus wall. Plus, sorry, keep searching for the plus sign. Plus, oh yeah. Plus moat. Plus, dang it. There we go. Moat. Towers and outer walls. Outer walls. So this is a well-defended place. So anytime that you come across a fortification that's super well-defended, that means that there's a lot of, it suffers a lot of attacks, right? It's a very sort of violent area. There's a lot of violence in the area. Because creating fortifications takes an incredible amount of resources in time, manpower, and just material. So you typically don't see them built unless they really need them. So if you come across, which is something to keep in mind when you're doing your own world building. So if you have a town that's got a wall around it, that means that that town gets attacked, because they wouldn't build a wall around it if it didn't get attacked, right? The same way that we don't today build really walls around our cities, because our cities don't really get attacked that often. Well, depending on where you live. And also we have ways around dealing with walls now. Mechanized, modern armaments make walls a little passé, but back then they wouldn't. They would be like the ideal defensive strategy. Between that and ditches, I suppose. Alright, so, but this will also come with a little village. It comes with it. 505 people. So pretty small, as far as villages are concerned. And we need to put our little stamp down. So this no, sorry, this is a fortification. So this is sort of like a noble's holding in the area. Pretty significant one, because we haven't come across, there isn't one that's super close by. I think right now this guy down here is the closest one, right? That holding's the closest one. At least for oh no, there's this guy down here. Come on. There's this one. So that's the closest one. Next closest sort of noble holding, or their lands, and then of course we have some more temples up here, which makes sense. Alright, what's going on here? 5. Alright, got something here. What do we got? Remains. Interesting. Wonder what type. Let me go ahead and plug down the icon. We're using this tattered flag, pirate flag. That's not the right hex. Sometimes the hex is a little dodgy about where it sticks. Alright, so this was remains. which is a D4 roll. We rolled a 3, which I believe is... yeah, people. Some sort of person who appears to have died under mysterious circumstances. So, the person or persons. So we'll put death by mysterious circumstances. So yeah, and I think I read that off earlier, but we can go ahead and do that. Suicide, ritual sacrifice, disaster, inland, shipwreck, some sort of weird thing that when you originally look at it and you look at sort of the cause of death of this person, doesn't make sense for the place where they are. So, very interesting. Keep moving forward. Alright, got another D6 here. 3, which means it's a D12. I rolled a 3, that's another religious site. We also have a settlement. Kind of comes with that. It's got another little village that kind of comes with it. 3, that won't work. 500. No, straight up 500. Relatively small village. And what is this? It's religious site. I know that's a D8. And we rolled a 4. Oh, another sort of cloister commune. Which makes sense. I mean, if we have this major religious site, these temples that are nearby are going to be some sort of like abbeys or monasteries or nunneries that are sort of an area for particularly devout people. Might be people to support people who are making their pilgrimage to that major religious site. Might be along that road, which would make sense because the river will, this sort of river over here that kind of comes out of those southern mountains, if they take this river, it'll take them all the way down there because it kind of dumps out into that large lake complex area. It's sort of Lando Lakes, kind of Thousand Lakes area. And we'll dump them off there, and they could find a place to stay. Very nice. Alright, closing in. This is actually going a little bit faster than I thought it might. I think, obviously, the D10s help a lot. Alright, we got something here. Oh, very similar. In fact, I'm just going to grab this. I'm going to copy this. I'm not going to copy paste it, but we're going to copy this and throw it down in here, and we'll save it at least for right now. And I'll add this. Go ahead and add our religious icon there. Go back to 1, and then we can figure out kind of what this place is. What is 7? Okay. So this is actually a artifact or saint reliquary. We're saving, and of course it comes with a settlement too, because we're at that level. 470, or very tiny village, 475. Quite small village. And that's it, right? So, goes by real quick. 10, 5, okay. Something here too. What could it be? It could be a hazard, because it is. The hazard is a D6 roll, right? Yep. 1. Air or atmosphere? Very cool. Alright, so we've got this air or atmosphere area, and then go ahead and add our stamp. We were using the little weather icon. That. Drop that in. You know what? At this point, let's go ahead and roll that D6, because I'm pretty sure it's going to be... yeah. I'm actually going to put that down there. This is going to be something artificial, some sort of artificial hazard. So it's something that people are doing in that area that's creating that problem for the air or atmosphere. Maybe they're burning something, who knows? Or they've done something that's releasing sort of poisonous gas. It could be a number of different things in that area. I don't really need to know the specifics of it now, only if the players ever decide to go and investigate that area. Keep moving. Oh, right, I forgot we had a hazard right next to it. Yeah, so these hazards are probably connected in some way. Probably one of them is causing the other. Alright, we rolled a 3, which means there is something here, and it is a d12. Oh, we rolled a 12, which we know is roll twice and combine. Alright, so it's not going to be a 1. So it's going to be a settlement and a natural resource. Okay. Plus the natural resource. Alright, well, it's settlement, which means it's a city. It's a pretty large city here. Actually, not that large of a city. So, 19.9k. And for our natural resource. What's going on here? Roll a d4. 3. Alright, so some sort of gathering spot. Which means it's probably like a pretty... My initial guess is that it's probably a lucrative fishing spot. Is probably what that is. And so they jump down there, and, a lot of people show up there and fish there, but there's also, now we know there's a settlement there, so there's probably pretty sizable trade of fishing there, and then that gathering spot, a place where fishers came and were there, and that kind of transformed to people being there to trade, and then that grew into a city in its own right, as fishers kind of come from around this entire large lake complex that kind of stretches to the south towards the mountains. Right, so now we're starting to get a much broader idea of what's kind of going on in the area. And so people will take that fish from there and probably take it north to the major cities. Other major cities sort of in the area. To trade. So I need to put down a settlement. Got it here. And I need to put down a... I think I was also using gears for that, but... for natural resources, but I'm going to use this little clover. I think I've used the clover green, what they literally call green thingy in HexTML, and we'll use that, and that'll work for us. Roll a d6. Alright, so we got something here. Like I said, we knew there's going to be a lot of them. Alright, that's roll twice and combine. No, I need to be rolling 12s. Alright, so there's going to be a city and some sort of info warning thing. Alright. So we know that's got a population of about, something about 60,000-ish. 29,000, 29.7 thousand. So as you see, when we get into this Heartlands area, we have a very, very dense settlements, right? We have a lot of settlements and they're very high population center, and then as we move further out through the marches and the frontiers and then into the wilds, we see that sort of evaporate for the most part. So this is what kind of fits into that very much when we talk about sort of in the D&D world, where that points of light sort of setting. The idea that there's sort of like these clutches of where most people live, and then there's sort of wild spaces or untamed spaces sort of in between them. There can be kind of dangerous to travel between. And then we have the plus 9, some sort of sign, which is D12, doing that, and a 10, which could be a criminal's corpse, effigy, or superstitious tiding. Criminal corpse. I'm just going to put down here warning, because that's what that is. This is where you see like a hang tree, like a hangman tree, or something like that, or see a body that's in I always forget the pronunciation. A gibbet, right? It's a gibbet. Gibbet. Gibbet, where you have like the cage that the bones are in. Was you leave a body to decay there, show them off, or they have the sign around them that says, horse thief or whatever, to show like, hey, if you do that here, this is what's going to happen to you. It's sort of a warning. Go ahead and put our stamps down. So we've got the settlement. And we've got criminal corpse, so that's a warning. For information, we're using a little I. There we go. Perfect. So yeah, I mean, it very much feels like on the outskirts of that settlement, you're going to find this very specific warning, which will be fun. D6. 2. All right, so here we have another holding. So we have 2 that are relatively close together, which makes sense. And what I like is that when you have a bunch of noble houses that are close together like this very much feels, it creates a situation that's very similar to how things work in the real world. So if you ever go back and look at sort of like an old counties map of like a place like England, you'll see that in the along the southern coast, where most of the population of England lives, of Britain, I should say, Britain lives, the noble holdings, the counties themselves are relatively small, right? Because it's very good land, it's got a lot of people on it, so those are home. But as you travel further north up the Isle, there's a tendency for those counties to get larger and larger and larger and larger. Very similar to if you look at something like U.S. states, right? You have states in the Northeast, for the most part, are relatively small, but as you get further and further west, they get larger and larger and larger, right? Larger tracts of land, but fewer people in them. Of course, then you hit the West Coast with things like California, or South in Texas, where that has changed, right? Because population centers have moved and there's large cities there, but in general, that is the thing. So larger land with less people on it. So in these population areas where we see where there's a bunch of people, right, kind of stuffed in together in this very sort of heartlands area, very highly civilized area, you're going to have more nobles, but their holdings are going to be smaller, which is good because that's how things tend to work. All right, so we have a holding here. Means there is also going to be a settlement. Population is going to be some. That won't work. 820. We'll go with 830 people. Holding and. One page over, trying to see how defended up this place is. 1, basically nothing. It's a keep. It's a standalone keep. And actually, I'll be like, or manor house. which can mean one of two things. It means that either this noble is, it can mean a couple different things. Either they're very new, right? So they haven't had their family maybe hasn't held on to it very long, so they haven't had an opportunity to sort of like expand and build up their manor. It also means that they probably don't get attacked very often, right? Because they haven't put an emphasis on creating those extensive fortifications like we saw in sort of the last one. So probably relatively safe, probably, or a relatively new holding. Probably unlikely that it's a new holding, considering where it is, and it's in a high population center. So that's probably, somebody's probably been holding onto this for a long time. They probably just haven't had a lot of need for a lot of defensive structures, probably because they haven't been attacked a lot. And most of those attacks that probably happen are probably peasant rebellions or squabbles with other minor nobles, and not sort of like the large warfare that we might see somewhere else. At this point, I'm going to go... I know we're in the middle of the hex. I was trying not to do it in the middle of the hex, but I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to refill up on my tea, and we'll finish this out, because we knew this hex was going to take us a little bit longer, because we're going to have a lot more... Like, that entire last row was filled with points of interest. Actually, the last two were. So, right as soon as basically I said, oh, this isn't taking that long, and now it's taking a little bit longer. So let me go refill up my tea, and I will see you guys back in just a little bit. Okay? That sound good? Bye. Alright, let's go ahead and hop back in. There we go. So just taking a look at the time, trying to figure out how much longer I'll stream for. Ideally, I wanted to make do the entire row. I tried to do the entire row, but it's very long. And there are two, again, very sort of dense urban ones towards the end. So I'm probably not gonna get there, but I want to at least get through this next hex, and then maybe we'll make a run at some of these wilderness hexes in between, because they may go by a little quick. So I'm thinking, let's see. How long have we been streaming? Let's see. Let's see, I've been streaming almost 3 hours. So maybe another hour or so. Well, you gotta see how I feel and how well my throat does. Ooh, that just jumped. Not sure what that was about. And it's very loud in my ears. Not sure what was going on with that. Yeah, thanks for the welcome back. Yeah, we're gonna knock this out a little bit. See how far we get. Let me know if the audio levels are off, because I don't know what just happened with the background music, but it just took a weird turn in volume. At least it did on my end, anyways. So, yeah, I think we're definitely going to take over finish out the next hex, and maybe we'll take a run at some of these wilderness hexes, but we're definitely not going to get this row done. Which is kind of what I wanted to do, but, yeah. It always takes longer than you think it's going to. And that's part of the problem. Let's see, where were we? We are down here, right? Yep. Because I definitely want to finish this hex, go back and fix the populations that I screwed up earlier in the stream, and then maybe do this next hex and then see where we end up. But let's keep going then. 5. Alright, that means we're rolling the d20. Yep, another hazard. Alright, so we're going to run into more of these sort of hazards. Very interesting. So I'm just going to copy this and put it down here, and then we'll fill out the specifics. Go ahead and get the stamp. Put the stamp on it. And let's find out. I think it's a D6. The hazard. Yes, it is. Exposure or weather? So it might be a particularly cold, might be a deep part of the water, so it might be particularly cold most of the time. And then we can also do a d6 for a hazard there. Right, so it is also artificial, some sort of artificial thing that doing that's screwing up the weather. Alright, well, that's that. Let's move on. On the d6 here. 1. 9. Alright, so we have another piece of information here. We'll get that here. So some sort of info, warning, or omen. And it is... I rolled an 11. So... Oh, interesting. Some sort of astrological construction. So that's going to be something like a petroglyph. Where you have like the Nazca lines, things like that. So there's something like that around here that somebody's created. I'll go ahead and put that down as an information sign, right? People probably using that as a landmark as well. Something weird in that sort of marsh area. Somebody said maybe it's the way they cut the marsh. It's got a crop circle kind of feel to it. Like it's been artificially cut in a very specific way. pointer, move over to this next one. Alright, well, we got something here too. What do we got? 3, another religious site. Go ahead and drop our little temple here. We got a religious site. And that's also going to have a settlement attached to it. With a population, a village population, so 655. And what type of site is this? Roll a D8. I think that's a D8 roll. Alright, this is an altar or tomb. There's one of the things that I find out in this system that I use for hex stocking that's very different than I feel like a lot of other people use, is that there just really aren't that many altars or tombs or sort of barrows or things that we come across. I feel in a lot of OSR inspired ones, it just feels like there's just grave sites, like you're just tripping over grave sites like every mile, and I was like, that I don't know, that feels a little too often for me. Like maybe not as often as that should be. Doesn't mean that they're not there, it's just worthwhile sort of like dungeon level barrow maze style complexes just seem to show up a little bit too often in a lot of OSR inspired hex stocking than I particularly like. But this one in particular is some sort of very specific altar or tomb, and we know it's a very important one because we're at the region level, and it's got a village that's sort of attached to it, probably because people, again, we're in a very religious area, so a lot of pilgrims probably come and visit it, so there's a little settlement there that's probably got like a little inn and a tavern, and probably they sell like fetishes and religious sort of like tokens and charms and things of that nature to kind of deal with that altar too. And they might also be part of the people, might be laymen and clergy who are charged with the care of the tomb in addition. D10, alright, nothing there. This is a rare spot that we've run into where there's not anything. Okay, rolled the wrong size die. Alright, so that is a 4, so it's a D20. A 16, so there's a treasure room here. Which I think is the first one we've run across today. Been using, so I believe we've been using the question mark for treasure rumors. And so instead, one of the things, instead of having sort of like the barrow maze dungeons, one of the things that I use is I use these treasure rumors, which is like, hey, somebody has a story that they think that, you know, there's a important item like the sword of this warrior is apparently been lost in those hills, or was buried with him in those hills somewhere. If we want to do a barrow style kind of maze. And a D6, and this is just informative for me. 3. Alright, and that treasure is guarded. So it's being actively guarded by someone. 1, 2, 3. And I have this in here, which is helpful. I don't always use it, but we'll use it here. It tells us what it is. Alright. So, the treasure rumor is that there is some sort of treasury. There's some sort of like treasure hoard that's been locked up there. Some sort of vault where it's been hidden away. A very sort of like X marks the spot, like buried treasure kind of thing. And we know that it is apparently guarded. I mean, I know that as a DM. They may not know that. They may just, in universe, they may just, players and NPC, player characters and NPCs may just know that people who go in that area end up not coming back. They get attacked or killed or whatever. And another D10. 10, so nothing there. Nice to have somewhere where we don't actually have anything in there. For a long string, we did. Got something here. 3, another religious site. Definitely see the difference in things like the religious sites. Those D12s, things that we put in that list as being sort of civilized things. We really see the sort of stats for their occurrences really shoot up in these sort of high urban areas where we're rolling D12s instead, right? Sorry. I need to do my site. Boop. So this is another religious site. It is also got a settlement attached to it, some sort of small village, which has how many people in it? Well, it can't be 10. So, I mean, it could be 10. It could be literally 1,000, but unlikely. So, 680. About 680 people here. And what is this religious site about? It is a 5. Okay, so it is a charity. Which means that it could be a hospital, orphanage, or school. So it is some sort of charitable enterprise put on by a religious faction in the area. It could be fun. It could be a fun adventure location trying to figure out what's going on there. And also a place where the player characters could find refuge, right? If we get injured with the very significant sort of curse or something like that, they might reach out to a place like search out a place like a hospital like that where they might be able to find more advanced medical treatment. Two. So this is, a construction. I spelled construction wrong. Alright, somebody's making a settlement. So we needed to know sort of like what percentage they're at. Just take this and times it by 5, so that should be 70%. And question, are they actively working on it? 11 plus is yes. No. Right. So it's inactive. So it might be sort of an abandoned construction site. So I'm just gonna put this all on the second level. Second line. Interesting. Very interesting. So sort of abandoned settlement. Now remember, settlements at this level are going to be large. Like this is like an abandoned city that was being built up and has been abandoned. Or at least abandoned right now, or it's not being worked on right now. Not necessarily abandoned, it's just not being worked on right now. Maybe the people who were building it have been pulled away for other duties or been chased off by something we don't know. Right, that's what the sort of adventure site it could be. Maybe some monster or group of monsters have taken it over and chased off the people who were building it. They've taken it as their own. And we have another swamp tile. 6. So there is actually nothing in the swamp tile. And there's nothing in that tile. And there's nothing in that tile. Wow, 3 in a row. Yep, but there's definitely something there. 2, okay. So we know that that is a holding. In this sort of deep forested plain here. And we also know that comes with a settlement. Got a small population for it. We can figure that out real quick. 620. 620 people, and this holding. I believe it's a D6 roll. Six. Okay, so another very sort of like heavily defended one. So we'll go keep, probably a palisade. Considering all the wood, probably a wooden wall. Yeah, probably a moat. Towers and outer walls. So highly defensible structure we have here. So this is definitely a place that's got a history of heavy attacks in it. Even though we have a city nearby that's got a pretty high population. So I was doing that for cities. Good to know. I should probably actually go back and change those settlements. These little settlement ones that look like villages and change them to cities. I couldn't remember if I was using cities only for capitals or not, if that would be confusing. So I started using the villages. I don't know if I'll go back and change that. I mean, they'll function the same, and it'll tell me what the population is when I look at the notes. So I think we're good to leave it as is. Though I may change back and use the cities because I think it's a little bit more informative about what type of settlement it is. And then we have one last one here. 3. Okay. Another D12 here. This one we got 4. So another travel haven. We've been using our little house here. Little house down there. Again, I still need to go back and sort of like codify the icons. That would be really helpful because I definitely go back and forth and vacillate about how I use them and use some for something and others for others. And I switch back and forth, which in the long run will probably make this more confusing, but I don't rely on the icons at a glance to tell me specifically what they are, just more of an idea of what they are. So this, not an isolating, this is travel haven. See, already did it. Immediately made me think isolated homestead because I was looking at the other ones that I know are isolated homesteads. Roll a d4 for the type of travel haven. 4. Okay, so it's a high traffic camp. And of course it still has a settlement attached to it, so it's still going to have a village of some sort. Neither of those will work. It'll work though. 500. 545 people. Let's show a small settlement, small village. And that tells us everything we need to know about that. And then we have finished that hex. So we finished that one, but you can see, like we can take a look at it, and we'll see how this system kind of works. Going left to right. So we have this wilderness hex, right? You can see we barely have any POIs, points of interest in this. Right? We see here we have the frontier of the Marches hex, so we had more because we have Port Resilient down there. And then we had more POIs here, even though we're in the water. And we're rolling those D10s. And then we moved over here. Barely any points of interest, even though we have very notable world wonder here. And then we move over here, right? We move back into sort of the Marches area, sort of like frontier of civilization. And we have quite a few, right? And then we move into this one, and despite being on this sort of massive lake complex, we have tons of points of interest, right? We have more points of interest than not points of interest. It's very dense, and specifically dense with those top 12, right? These things that are very sort of civilized, humanoid-centric things with settlements, holdings, religious sites, travel havens, crossings, creature layers, meeting places, homesteads, informational signage of types, natural resources that people know about, constructions, and right, our roll twice and combine, which when we're rolling d12s means that we're going to have even more of those up there. Whereas when we roll the d20s, right, we have options to all these other ones down here with equal weighting, right? The weighting's equal still. So we'll end up with more ruins. As you get further away from the heart of civilization, you're going to find more ruins. And you're not going to find necessarily, well, yeah, I guess you would find more, but you're also going to have a heavier percentage of the points of interest that you do have are going to be these. So you're going to have more ruins, more conflict areas, more no trespassing areas, more treasure rumors, more wandering monsters, more landmarks and landforms and wonders, more remains that you find, and more hazards. Right? That makes sense the further you get away from these sort of well-settled, urbane sort of areas. Now, before we head on to the next hex, and before we do another YouTube thing, I did say that I was going to go back and fix the population centers, and we have the notes, and I'm thinking about it, so let's go do it before I forget about it again. Let's go back and do it. I think these should be, for the most part, good. Alright, this one is, that one's for sure good. Okay, those look good. Okay, so everything there is fine. Alright, so we need to fix these, for sure. Because those populations are wrong. So these should be village, unless that's 10. It's not. So 800. 810. This is actually not a hamlet. This should be a village. Those again. That will not work, but that will. Oh, sorry. So 44. 450. 450. This does have a settlement as well. 440. Not 90. And again, these sort of, the settlement bands for population are dependent on sort of what size of hex we're working on. So we're towards the top, so we're going to have settlements that should have higher populations. Because you have, at the very top, you have capital cities, which have populations of 60,000 plus, cities that have population between 1 to 60,000, villages, which have a population between 400 to 1,000, and then sort of hamlets or thorps that have between 50 and 400, and then anything below that is basically just a, for most parts, like an extended family, or maybe only like 1 or 2 families, so it's not really enough to, in my mind, consider it really a settlement. It kind of bridges that spot that's in between isolated homestead and hamlet, so things that fall into that area. And so that's when you run into things that where you have like those, that bottom level of manor houses, those bottom level sort of lords and nobility. They may only have, you know, a handful of supporting families that are under them working the land because they have such a small holding, and it's enough that, you know, that grouping of people, that grouping of homes together doesn't really make sense to qualify it as an actual settlement. Like, it's probably not named. It's just some people that live together at that point. And like I said, it might be like one family that's living together, one extended family. And get down here. Make sure we don't forget anything. I think we're good though. We really didn't end up with anything in this one. I Alright, I'm not sure what happened to my secret notes there. So we'll have to go back and fill that in, because something happened to those notes. But we do know it's a settlement. So this should be a city. $35,700 people. Right, pretty significant city. Alright, so this, again, is not a hamlet. This is actually a village. Which means its population is much higher. Yeah, not 75 people, 910 people. And this actually should have a settlement attached to it that I did not do. Or did I roll for it? I can't remember. But we'll go ahead and put one in here. I'm just going to assume I was doing it incorrectly. Well, 990. So it went from not having anybody to being actually quite a significant population. Monster occupied, ruins, or remains, sorry. Okay. Alright, I think everything's up to stuff now. So we can get rid of our note. We've done it correctly. Everything is fixed. Way to go, us. Yeah, so we're at about 3:30 now, 3.5 hours of streaming. So I think I'm gonna do this next hex, this next frontier hex, and then we'll kind of call it quits, because that'll give me an opportunity the next time that we sit down and kind of do this. We'll have a nice run of wilds, which shouldn't have too much stuff in it, all the way up to these 2 capital cities at the end, which will probably take up the bulk of the next time I jump on and do a stream like this. It'll have one of these, so that'll we'll end it right there with a lot of work in a very, very small amount of space. But we'll have all these, how many hexes? So we'll have frontier hex, but we'll have 1, 2, 3 wild hexes, which will be pretty easy to take down. And we might do 1 extra wild hex. Well, let's see how fast we get through this next March hex, which is probably going to be pretty slow, so I don't expect us to get there. But if we have the time... Oh! We were going to do a YouTube. Let me jump back over here. And let me pull up some of the... on YouTube. Who do I want to talk about? I could talk about one of the newer people I've been running across. I watched a really good video by them lately. What was it? Let me go in my history real fast and find it. In my history and find it. Where was it? No, it wasn't that. That one was alright too. That's a great channel. I'll definitely recommend that at some point. Probably that one as well. Yeah, let's do this one. This is a newer one. Like literally a brand new channel. Not a brand new content creator, but he has made a spin-off channel that just made it like Thursday. Just made it Thursday. So let me go ahead. I can share that. And I think he actually has another spin-off channel, but let me go ahead and full screen that. Boop. So this is Quinn's Quest with Quentin Smith. So Quentin may or may not, Quinn may be familiar to you, he may not. I know him primarily from, I was just about to say the wrong one, Shut Up and Sit Down, which is a tabletop board and card game channel that he runs with some other friends, with some other content creators, and they talk about, and they've been doing it for many years at this point, And so he did a few, I think 1 or 2 videos on that main channel talking about tabletop RPGs. And I think from that he has spun this out and been like, I'm gonna create, because I guess there was I mean, I don't know, I'm just speculating. I think there was probably enough response to it and people were interested in it, but not enough to divert from the main channel's focus. So I think he spun this off as his own sort of thing, because he was the one who's primarily interested in that hobby space and running games. So he spun it off and to do Quinn's Quest, so which I think is technically, I think People Make Games is his second one, which is a little bit more about the design of games and things like that. But this third one is third channel. I guess it's third channel. He may have another one. I honestly don't know. But this one is specifically going to be about tabletop RPGs. So definitely go and give it a check. It is QUINNS_QUEST, Quinn's Quest. He just put the first video up, which is the introduction and his review about the Wild Sea, which is really in depth. The Wild Sea looks really cool. I have another friend. We were talking about it yesterday at our D&D game. Talking about it because he was playing in a different group that tried to run Wild Sea for a little bit, and then they didn't make it very far. I think he said they made it through like 2 sessions, and then that group kind of fell apart, and the game kind of fell apart. But everybody was brand new to it because the Wild Sea is a brand new game, and so nobody knew what they were doing, and so everybody's trying to grapple with the rule system as well as the story and a new group. So that's a lot of new things to try to challenge all at one time. Right, when you put that many variables into the mix, right, you never know what you're going to come out with, right? We need a few more constants in that equation. But the Wild Sea looks really interesting. I really liked his review. It definitely felt like he gave me a very, very in-tune look as to what the game's about and how the game plays, and he was able to get some sort of quotable insights from the author themselves. But what I really like about it is that it's a 26-minute video, so I mean it's a long video, but he was able to give me I felt like a good overview of the game and what it's trying to do and how it's trying to do it, much more than my friend who played the game tried to explain it to me, and I was like, I really struggled with that. But with Quinn's Quest, the way that he sort of presented and reviewed it, I felt like I got a much better handle on it. So I'm looking forward to more stuff from him in the future. And part of that, I think, is one of the things I really liked about the Wild Sea and makes me want to check it out is the way that they use languages, the way as a mechanic. So languages are significantly more important, and your proficiency in them is scaled. So you might be fluent, you might be like conversational, you might only know a few words, you might not know anything at all, which does this really cool idea of like sort of diversifying social roleplay roles. So you can't just rely on that one D&D character. You can't rely on that bard to be a face because everybody speaks common, right? So instead, it'd be like you have to rely on whoever 1 or 2 creatures in your crew are the best at being able to speak a specific language to talk to a specific, creature or group of people, right? So you might have that dumb barbarian style person who's not really eloquent, but they're the only person who speaks the language, so that they have to be sort of the mouthpiece for the entire group. And they might have that rudimentary level where they only know 100 or 200 words of the language, so they're just trying to do their best to communicate, which is really interesting aspect. And that's definitely one of the things that I want to improve on in the world that I'm working on right now, is that sort of language, and making languages a lot more important than D&D, because one of the things that I probably hate the most about D&D is common as language. That there's this idea that there is like this Star Wars basic language that everybody speaks. Then it doesn't make sense most of the time to have any other languages, right? Except for the express purpose of making sure that other people cannot partake in the conversation, which is a weird, fiddly bit of design. Unless you're doing it like I feel like the Wild Sea does, where you're doing that, but you're spreading it out across everybody, so everybody will have an opportunity to be the like person who gets to step into the limelight into the limelight in that sort of high RP situation, and be able to take that and be the person who gets to do the RP center stage, because they're the only person who can, which I think is a really cool design instead. That's probably enough gushing about that. But yeah, Quinn's Quest, great. Check it out. I'm excited to see what more comes from it, because like I said, it's brand new, and there's really only one video out, so I'm really excited to see what Quinn's does with it. And I've been following Shut Up and Sit Down for years, so, and they're lots of fun too, and I really like they make it fun. So right, there's comedy and skit kind of stuff in there. There's jokes. It's not totally dry. But let's jump in and let's do this. What's probably going to end up being our last hex, since we only got about 30 minutes or so before I'm going to probably sign off. But we'll make it through this last hex, and then that'll be it. Depending on how much time we have, maybe I'll do another YouTube recommendation. Let's see how I feel. Well, let's get in here. So, right, we're back in the marches. So we're rolling d6s again, because we've got a bunch of land hexes. We don't have any water hexes. And in this one, we're specifically looking for... when we get a roll? 1 through 3. So about 50% chance. Alright, so nothing there. Okay. So nothing in those two hits, but down here in this forested hillside we have something. And because we're in the marches, everything rolls that d20, so we're not rolling any d12s now. Alright, so there's going to be a wandering monster here. So we'll go ahead and, I believe, for wandering monsters, I think I'm just using the same little dragon guy. Sometimes I use that lion, but I think I'm going to use the dragon because it's very easy to see. And I'm not worried about getting a lot of confusion between a wandering monster and a monster lair. So I'm not that worried about confusing those. But, what's our wandering monster doing? Because they should be doing something as they kind of skim around the area. So I need a d4. And I think this is the first wandering monster we've done today. Alright, we got a wandering monster. Again, this can be APL 16. And actually, I'm going to go ahead, because it could be, more often than not, it's going to be a band of monsters. Not just one. But they're lost. They're looking for something, but they're lost. They don't know where they are. Alright, so it's not necessarily a combat situation. It might be just trying to help them get to wherever they're trying to get to. As long as it's not here. Or if we're even that worried about it. I mean, we probably don't want them to go west into where there's a very heavily civilized area. Maybe they've wandered off course. Alright, we got something here. We got a 12. Ooh, roll twice and combine. 4 and 10. Religious site, settlement, and natural resource. Settlement plus natural resource. Let's roll a d8, find out what kind. 3. Straight up shrine or temple? Probably a temple at this size. Probably a temple. It also comes with a nice little village. So again, it has to be a minimum of 400. We did not hit 1,000 off the bat. Oh, so it's going to be 995. So a pretty sizable village. And our natural resource. Construction, natural resource. Oh, it should be a D4, not a D6. My apologies. 2. So, some sort of semi-permanent operation. Like a work camp. So if you think about like a logging camp, obviously you have to follow where the trees are, right? So it's always going to be sort of a bivouac situation. It's always going to be sort of like a temporary shelter area. And it's a wooded hillside. Could be mining, could be a quarry, could be lumber, could be sap or syrup that they're trying to get out. It could be a number of different things. All we know is that it's not super permanent. It's not like a plantation. And we just need our icons. Let's go ahead. We got our temple. And we need our work camp, our natural resource. I'm trying to remember what we were using for natural resource. I think we're using the green thingy, right? Seems fine to me. Let's keep moving. And where was I? D6. Right, nothing there. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. There we go. What's over here? 14, some sort of conflict area. Alright, and it is post-battle. Which means it's not an old one, but it is a relatively recent conflict has happened here. We can go ahead, we can roll another 4 for maybe what kind type this is. 2. Camp. Now, the time frame I've kind of left kind of intentionally vague, so that way it's a post-battle camp, so that could be, this could be a fight, a conflict area from a battle that happened maybe a couple years ago, could be a couple months ago, could be a couple weeks ago, could be 2 days ago, right? Since it's a campsite, we might actually have one of the belligerent combatant sides actually there, you know, managing wounds and packing up camp, and right. Or I could decide that, you know, oh, you can definitely tell that they camped here and that was maybe a couple months ago. Something like that. So that way I give myself a little flexibility based off of whatever I'm doing in the game to decide whether I want people to be there or not. That sort of thing. And we will keep moving. We got that. We got our icon down. Alright, got something here? 2. Okay, so we got a holding here. Alright, so we've got a holding. It's going to be just a straight keep. But does have a village attached to it. Right, neither of those will work. $670 people. Keep moving. Yep, another one. 18. Landmark landform or wonder. Landform or wonder. Oh, what is it? Right, so we're in the marches. So it is occupied. Okay. So, it's natural. But there is a settlement here. Kind of set up around here, alright? Like maybe 230. Maybe that. 530 people. So you can see this is one of those areas where we have a holding that's right next to another village, so whoever owns that holding, who is in charge of that holding, is probably in charge of these people as well. We don't know yet, but that's probably a good question. Right, we don't know that for sure, but it's probably likely. There's a high likelihood of that. And got a little waterfall. Drop that in. Keep moving forward. Alright, so nothing there. So we're gonna skip one. Do right here. What do we got? 4. Travel Haven. And of course comes with a settlement. Lots of settlements. 540. And a D4 for our type of travel haven. 2. Which is a caravanserai? Yes. So we've talked about this before on some of the other streams, but caravanserai is basically like if you imagine an inn that sort of like a fortified inn. What's a good way to explain that? Sort of imagine if like a... Nah, I don't know if that's a good way to explain that. So imagine you have an inn building that then has a fortified courtyard around it. Usually with some sort of well or watering hole in the center. That's sort of what a caravanserai is. It's basically a place for caravans to stop. So you've got this sort of courtyard area where merchants can have their animals and things like that, and there's walls, so it's defensible. It's meant to sort of protect caravans against raiding. So it's really useful in a place that's kind of out in the middle of nowhere, off by itself. I need an icon. There we go. Put a little icon down there. Keep moving. Alright, nothing in that hex. So, one off, one on. Keep moving forward. Roll a 12. Oh, roll twice and combine. An 11. So, some sort of construction. And landmark. What are we constructing? What is the construction we're doing? We're doing 3, so we're making a religious site. And then we can just roll the D20 times 5. Alright, that's what, 55? 50, of course it's 55. And is it currently active? Yes. Okay. So religious site, yeah, let's go ahead and roll for what type of religious site it is. 6. I'm just gonna double check with that. Okay. Alright, so it's a scriptorium. So a place that holds and they do the copying and illuminating of manuscripts, that sort of thing. Very interesting. Oh, what is the travel time between each hex? So each of these hexes, because we're working at the region level, is, we talked about this a little bit earlier. So each one, so point to point is 42 nautical miles, right? I think that's right. No, that's not right. Because it's 60 blade to blade. Do math in my head. Yeah, so 70 nautical miles point to point, 60 nautical miles side to side, which is slightly longer than a statute mile. So I know we did this a little bit earlier, but we'll go ahead and do, or what we call a normal mile. So it's about 115. So if you're going from one edge to an edge, it's about 69 miles across. If you're going from point to point, it's about 80 miles across. So depending on what system you use for travel, I usually consider that about a week of hard travel over various terrain, because I use a slightly different setup. Again, when I talk about sort of like how my hex crawling method's a little bit different, I don't care so much about the physical distance as much the effort it takes to travel across that hex, which I find is more important than the physical distance. Like, because I feel like in most hex mapping or most hex crawling things, there's this understanding that you always move at a regular speed, which is, as somebody who's done, you know, a lot of backpacking and like canoeing and things like that on very long trips, I feel like that's not, like, you can't, your pace is not constant. And so I determine it more about the effort it takes to get through a specific hex rather than the speed it takes to get through a specific hex. But yeah, so usually a region hex, if I'm trying to figure it out for like overland travel, at hexes at this size, these little guys, each of these little individual little guys, I assume takes about a week to get through, roughly. So we did that. We gotta do our landmark and wonder. Is it? Okay, so it's artificial. And nobody's there. So again, that means that like there's a a cairn flag, something that's sort of being used as sort of like an artificial landmark, might be a statue of some sort. Maybe some sort of art piece could be like a statue or an arch or something like that is here. So we've got two guys in here, so we'll go ahead and drop them in. So we obviously have the construction site, so we'll use our little gear icon, but we also have this landmark, so we'll use our waterfall as well, and we'll keep moving on. All right, nothing there. One off, one on. It is here. So 17. Oh, we got a wandering monster. Let's go ahead and drop the icon down. Come on. There we go. EPL 11 through 16. And what is the what are they doing down here? 3. Is 3 lost again? 3 may be lost again. It is indeed lost. Alright, so we got some more monsters that are lost. Oop. Actually, I'm just going to make that change up here, right? Oh, I already had it there. So we've got another area where we've got some lost wandering monsters, which is very interesting. So we don't know, but these guys might be connected. Maybe they've... Right, we have this landmark that's in between them, so maybe they were traveling, and they're looking for that landmark, and they got separated and lost. So yeah, these two groups are maybe trying to find each other in the countryside of wandering monsters. Right, they could be very... Right. What I really love about the system is that it just sort of like creates a quest for people to help with. Right, for your player characters to help with. Hey, we're looking for the other half of our party, can you help us? And then, you know, people are being like, you gotta get these monsters away from civilization to the west. You gotta move them out of here. Persuade them or kill them or whatever you need to do. First, we've got our spot between two rivers. Got anything in this hex? Yep, sure do. 2. Alright, another holding. Go ahead and drop our little shield down there. Tell us it's a holding. And a D6. Oh, 6. So very well fortified. So that means we've got a keep. We've got walls. We've got, well, it's on a river, so probably a moat. We've got, what else do we have? Towers. And outer walls. So, heavily defensive. Again, so that already tells us that, you know, this is a place that gets attacked, or has a history of being attacked. So that may have something to do with our wandering monsters in the area. May not. We don't know. At this point. And we'll keep moving on to our next hex. Nothing there. Alright, so one off, one on. What we got going on here? Ooh! This time, I'm going to actually use the little city icon, because I feel like it. So we have a settlement. And this is a big one. This is a city. $57,100. This is a very large city. Sort of on the edges of the frontier. This might be sort of, when we look at something like that, it might be like, this is your like last place to stop before this, like the edge of the world, like no gas for 100 miles kind of. Right. So if you last stop, if you're going east, if you're making the trek from, say, this major religious site, and you want to go to one of these capital cities over to the east, this may be your last. It's gonna be your last stop. This is the last big city you're gonna see for hundreds of miles. So stock up. As you're gonna make that heavy overland travel just through lots and lots of woods for the most part. Lots and lots. Oh, would it still be called... settlement is just what I call the generic term. It's technically a city. So, settlement just means a place where people live, as far as we're concerned. That's a good question, though. I can understand how that's not clear. So, settlement is just the type of thing that's in that text. So, at the very top, we have capital cities, and then cities, and then we have villages, and then we have hamlets and thorps, and then we have sort of like unnamed places that are just basically like something that's in between isolated homestead and thorps. So something that's got less than 50 people living in it. So that's sort of the bands that I use. So settlement is just sort of the overall heading that I use. It just means like this is a place where people live together. Yeah, I mean, assumably all these places have farmlands. All these settlements will have farmlands around them. But yeah, it's something like it is sort of like a farmstead. Yeah, you're right. For those very small ones. Alright, so nothing in that hex. Nothing in that hex. Alright, so we got 1, 2, and then 3 here in between our 2 rivers. Again, we're gonna have something. What are we gonna have? 17. Oh, more wandering monsters. So we're going real heavy with the wandering monsters here. Well, again, APLs 11 through 16. And what are these guys doing? Are they also lost? They're also lost. I'm getting the feeling, since we got a lot of we got a holding here, right? A very heavily fortified holding, right? That's what this holding is. And we've got these guys up here that are lost, these guys in the middle that are lost, and now we have these guys down here that are lost. I wanted to think if maybe this is like a routed army or something that's down here, and they're just kind of spread over this entire region trying to regroup, maybe. Trying to find the rest of their allies and try to regroup. Figure out what they're gonna do. Alright, nothing in that next hex. Or there. Or there. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we got one here. What have we got in this hex? 4. Travel Haven. And again, we got our settlement, which is technically a village. And a population somewhere between... Okay. 400 and 1,000. Okay. 850 people. And I know I've talked about this on other streams, but I haven't talked about it on this stream. One of the reasons I record the population, because I use the population for each of these to determine what sort of goods and services are going to be available there for the player characters. And the way I determine that is basically I take the population times 10%. So in this specific village that has 850 people in it, you can buy goods and services of a cost up to 85 gold. So you can buy like sort of those common healing potions and things of that nature. But if you're looking for more rare, uncommon magic items, things of that nature, you're not going to be able to find them here. Similarly, you'll probably be able to find 85 is a pretty good number. IDM binders, berry that's got a price list in it. But you'll be able to buy almost all mundane supplies here in a place of this size. But if you wanted to get a very specific, like, important item, you might need to go, like, to this, where are we? Might need to go to this big city right here to do that. Where you're going to be able to buy things that are almost worth 6,000 gold. So you'll be able to find, like, much more, a higher price and diversity of items. Go ahead and put our travel haven down. Put a little stamp down. Boop. Boop. There we go. And what type of travel haven is this? Another caravanserai. Alright, that's everything we need out of that. Alright, nothing in that hex. But something in this hex. Nothing there, but something here. Deep woods. More wandering monsters. It's an absolute infestation. Again, these are very high levels. This is quite the troubled spot on the frontier. In the marches. Let's go ahead and put our nasty little dragon down there. Hey, are these guys lost? These guys are not lost. These guys are doing something else at least. Which is good. They're foraging. It's good. I'll have to remember that when I'm looking at these hexes later and be like, wow, this has a ton of wandering monsters all in very, well, relative, close proximity. So, trying to remember that whether they should be related or do I not want them related. If I want them related, obviously they're going to tell a very specific story. And we'll roll a d6 here. Got anything here? We do not. In the next hex, we do. So one off, one on again. And what do we got? What do we got? 15. No trespassing area. And I believe it's a D6 for no trespassing area. What's in it? I rolled a 3. It's some sort of sacred ground. And under my notes under sacred ground, I have burial ground, wayward shrine, a holy site. Anyway, some place that people are not supposed to really be treading upon. So it might have paladins guarding it or something like that. Templars, things of that nature. What table am I using to do the whole map? Also for the hexes. So I'm using this table right here to put points of interest in the hex. I just have a little handwritten note because I've got this old document. I've gone through it on some of the older streams, so if you ever want to jump over to YouTube, I think all the videos on demand are kind of saved there. All the old videos are there, and I kind of go through it a little bit more, and then I just have this that's got a few little subtables in it just to add a little flavor. To make the whole map, if you want to get like the real 411, you really want to get jump into the deep end. I would say go and check out the blog. Do that. Oh. What's going on with that? Hold on. Well, now this is answering more questions for me. Why is it not pulling up? I don't know why that was pulling up, but here we go. We can do it here. So, redraggedfane.com. I have a blog that I've been doing for, I don't know, 10 plus years at this point. And so we have a whole series. It's this world building process post. If you want to see it, you can hit it up here. Come on. Go down here, and we've got posts that talk about conceptualization, making gods and pantheons. And then we get down here into the world map and like how I made the world map. And then we get from the region mapping, which is what we're working on right now. We talk about region hex map stocking. So I think most of the information you're probably looking for is in this hex. Start talking about all these things. There's lots of stuff in here. So yeah, if you want the deep dive of information, that's where the easiest place to go get all that information. And so this is a no trespassing area, so let's go ahead for our icon. We're going to use this little lock. Boop. Let's do this guy. 6, nothing there. And then that last hex, 6, nothing. Alright, so we are complete. We have finished off this region hex. Actually, what I can do is, let me me go ahead and pull up, because you want to know about the full map, because we're looking at a very small portion of the map right now, the full world map. So let me throw it over here. I'll actually go pull the full map image. Wait, that's not what I'm looking for. So there's that one, and hold on. What I'm looking for, what I'm looking for. That's not the greatest picture of it, but that is not what I'm trying to do. So this one. Alright, just so you guys can get an idea of like what we're kind of looking at. Why did that? And by doing that, I accidentally closed the other one I actually wanted. Alright. Alright, that should be good. Alright, here we go. What am I looking for? There we go, full screen. So this is actually the continent that we're working on right now. And we are... what to do? We are actually... So this is the lake area we just are working on. We just sort of worked on. So we are down in this area. Right here, there's the two rivers running together. But that gives you an idea of sort of like the scale that we're looking at for this continent. It's quite large. The unfortunate thing is it is in fact the smallest continent on the world. So you can tell we're working from the bottom up, so you can see how long this sort of region hex stocking is going to take. It is not for the faint of heart. It is not something you do particularly for running a specific D&D campaign. I'm trying to make I talk about this in the world building process post series on the blog. I talk about it. This is about creating a persistent, in-depth world that I can run games in forever. It's not meant, this is not certainly something, absolutely not advice of something you should do if you're prepping to run a campaign or run a D&D game. That's not what this is for. This is the one map to rule them all, as far as I'm concerned. It is a long-term project, and it's doing as much for gaming with other people as it is for my own enjoyment. But that is the continent that we're on. No, I don't want to save it. Which is this left continent over here. So as you can see, that is the smallest landmass that we're working with. And I have already done the region hex mapping for this middle continent, because there's only 3 continents in this world. But you can see with the major rivers that kind of flow through it. So yeah, it's an extremely large project. But everything in the blog kind of goes through step by step how I'm getting to this point. And what goes on from beyond this. What happens next after this. Because basically these are the Atlas hexes. If we look at the hexes where we talked about, there are those red hexes that kind of create boundary hexes. These are the boundaries that those hexes are making, basically. So I know specifically as far as these Atlas hexes, where they are. hopefully that answers your question. Let's see. And I think let's take a look at one more YouTube channel that I want to recommend, and then I think we'll call that for the stream for today. Does that sound good with everybody? Sounds good to me. And I'm in control of the buttons, so I have the opinion that counts. So let me throw this back over so I can pull it back up. Pull that stuff back up. Let's do this. Let's see. Who do I want to talk about? Let's go to my history. What have I been watching lately? That's a good idea. That's a good place to start, I suppose. What have I been looking at that I want to recommend? Because again, I don't want to. I have plenty of recommendations. I'm just trying to pick and choose from sort of a very full, overflowing basket. Yeah, we could do this one. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's a very... He's probably got some playlists. That might be more... Oh, he's got a bunch of playlists. Alright. Yeah, I'll just show you the playlist page. That's probably the easiest thing to do. Go back it so you guys can see it. Alright, this is the History Squad. Been around for a while. It has a lot of covers a lot of different historical records. From, I think the earliest thing he works on is pretty much medieval Viking times. I think maybe he might have some ancient stuff. All the way up to sort of the 20th century. But some of these are really, really good. I really enjoy some things down here. Q&A about medieval stuff, so if you're interested in things. The one that I just watched recently that I really enjoyed is the thing where he talks about crime and punishment in medieval times, like who enforces it, who takes care of it, how the court system kind of works, those sorts of things. So very, very interesting to kind of dive into and just kind of take a look at. And so I can kind of figure out when those sort of weird things kind of come up in my game, how I maybe want to model that. So the way, and also learning like things about, you know, constables and reeves and bailiffs and what is it, hue and cry and punishments and fines and hard labor and, you know, dismemberment and branding and all sorts of weird stuff, some pillories and stocks, crushing and dunking and all sorts of weird stuff that kind of comes up with crime and punishment and how things might be done, like outlawry, like how people get outlawed and take care of things of that nature. But yeah, I mean, like, this is really great, and he's got a really great perspective on it because he has a family heritage in England, as well as sort of, obviously he does plenty of sort of reenactment, but he also has British military experience and British constabulary. So he's a police officer and a veteran, and so he's able to sort of give those insights that maybe a just straight academic historian wouldn't be able to give you, and sort of comparisons and changes about the effectiveness and how things are done over time. It's very interesting. He also has these really great sort of down here at the bottom where he's got this medieval history one. One of these videos is about arrowhead removal and surgery and medical practices and things like that that are really, really interesting to kind of jump into. So yeah, I definitely want to talk about Kevin and the History Squad. great one. This is actually another sort of recent one that I just kind of stumbled across. I don't know why I'd never stumbled across this stuff before. It's not like I've been on YouTube looking at this sort of specific content for years and years and years, but YouTube's recommendations are sketchy at the best of times. So, and the search function is sometimes even worse. But yeah, so I want to give them the shout out. It's the History Squad, at the History Squad. Very easy to find. Just tons of content. Been doing this for a long time. And covers such a wide range of things that it's really interesting. I always feel like when I sit down and watch a 20-minute video, the amount of great content that's squeezed into that just blows a lot of other content creators away. Like the amount of information that I'm putting in, the amount of times that I'm watching something from his and I'm like, wait, I need to stop, I need to pause the video and like go grab a notepad or something like that so I could write this down so I can remember it for later, so I can make notes for it and add it to my game or add it to my world building information, my lexicon there, and those sorts of things. It's just really, really great. Really enjoy it. Give it a check if you haven't seen the History Squad before. It's a lot of fun. But yeah, that's going to be it for this stream today. Thanks for coming along with me. It's been a lot of fun. Always fun to sit down and do the mapping and go from nothing and do some random rolls and try to figure out how to build that world and try to pull out the stories from those rolls. It's really good. That very sort of iterative storytelling, like creation of adventures and situations, obstacles and challenges for games that I'm running now or games in the future. In this aspect, games in the future, not for anything I'm running right now. But to be able to do that and show, you know, people who whether you're new to D&D or other tabletop games, or you're a long-established person who's been doing it for years and years and years, show at least a slightly different perspective of how I do it and the sort of steps I go through and the sort of sources of information and inspirations that I have. So I hope that was super useful for you guys. Been a lot of fun, and I will see you guys real soon. Okay? Bye.